And I hope that everyone is well. Hope everyone is ready for some fun times, some good times. It's going to be, I'm sure, a celebration of wrestling tonight. So, yeah, I'm actually feeling pretty good, you know. I think that I got a lot of it out of my system last weekend on Monday. So I'm feeling actually not too bad. I think, like, in my mind, all week I've been like, man, SmackDown, it's getting closer. Oh my God, it's getting closer. I've kind of been like really kind of dreading the show, if you will. But now that I'm actually here, I'm kind of like, I suppose in a way, embracing it. I'm embracing it, you know? What will que sera, whatever will be, you know? I feel like, you know, when the Titanic was going down and they kept playing, I'm in that mood. I'm in that kind of mood. I'm like, come on, guys, let's go. Yeah. We might be going down, but we're going to be going down with a wonderful song. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they've got for us. Let's have a look, shall we, at the breakdown and actually jump over to that and see what we're dealing with. Over here, we have not got the screen I wanted. There it is. Okay, Pat is going to address the universe. So apparently the streets are saying originally this was going to be Cody responding, right? Cody was going to come out and he was going to respond. He was going to say a few words about last week. Now, we know that he sort of did that later in the episode last week. Kind of came out and had a few words. So he was going to be doing that again this week. Apparently, that's not what we're doing. Now we're going to have Pat, who they've brought to the front of the graphic. He's going to say a few words. I don't know what to expect out of that, but obviously we found out earlier today that this is all heading to Cody and Jelly Roll against Randy and Pat at Backlash. That's where ultimately we're heading, right? Don't know that that's changed. Don't know that that's been cancelled, but that is where we are. I mean, where we are is that this feud that I think a lot of us were really passionate about has seemingly been hijacked by celebrities. So Randy, Cody, really interesting backstory. Good build as well. I thought the beatdown of Cody was really good. I wasn't crazy about the beatdown of Matt Cardona. It was fine, but it just didn't really get much reaction because I think Matt is, I don't know, it's a bit flat, right? I mean, he's not come back and, you know, getting people going crazy. It's not like the crowd have fallen in love with him since he's been back. So that was maybe a bit of a, fine, whatever. Then we did a week where we had to kind of keep them apart. We were waiting really for the promo exchange between them. That's what we were waiting for. And it felt like last week was going to be that. It felt like this is where, here we go. We're going to get Randy, Cody exchanging some words. And it felt like that's where we were going. And then, of course, you know, we found out the mystery caller and it was Pat and we went down that path. So, seems like plans have changed. Feels like we know where we're going. And that has not been received very well online about it being Jelly Roll Cody against Pat and Randy. And, well, we'll have to see how it goes. I think it's worth remembering, and I am telling myself this as well, this is a segment on the show. It was a segment last week, and it's a segment this week. There is other things that are going on, right? The wrestling world is so focused, and I know I am as well, but the reason I am is because what went down last week feels pretty monumental. I mean, it really does feel like a big moment. One of the biggest moments of the year. The reaction to it was about as big as anything we've seen in a long time. You know, I'm not going to say this is like the Montreal screw job, right? I'm not saying it's quite that level. But what I am saying is that it does feel like something truly significant happened. There was a massive noise that was generated as a result. And of course, it's now dominated conversation. But again, just as a reminder, this is part of the show. It's not the whole show. It's part of the show. So I don't know if we open with this. I'm guessing we will. And then, of course, we'll move on to the rest of the episode. So what does that have for us? Well, Drew McIntyre promises he's going to expose the real Jacob. I think this is going to be maybe digging into Jacob's history of criminality, right? Maybe where we're going to look at some pictures of mugshots or something, you know? I feel like we're probably going to dig into that. You know, you're cheering for this guy. This guy's a criminal. You know, it's going to be something along those lines. Rhea Ripley is going to address Jade Cargill's attack on EO. Okay. Sami Zayn is going to look for payback against Trick Williams and Little Yachty. So Little Yachty is back again, right? Trick was saying that Little Yachty wants to get in the ring soon, so maybe that'll be Backlash as well, right? I mean, I think Backlash is going to be so celebrity heavy. Royce Keys makes his debut as well. I got to be honest, that one felt a little bit desperate in the sense of that was not announced or even teased. There was no word that was coming. It's not like we spoke about it last week or there was a graphic or anything. I mean, it just dropped yesterday or the day before. I think it was yesterday. It just dropped that Royce Keys is going to be making his debut. So it was very out the blue. And this close to WrestleMania seems very strange to do it. Maybe word will come out this was planned. Perhaps it'll be like, no, this was always the plan. But I think you can understand people going, was it? Or is this a reaction to what, the noise that was generated by last week, so don't know. That's where we are in regards to a breakdown. Let's just get to a few thoughts. Mike says, are you cold, my guy? Do you know, Mike, shout out to you, but I was absolutely flipping freezing over the winter here in the UK. Don't know why, but this past winter was especially cold, and I've just, I think, got into a habit now of just wearing this jacket. I mean, I went so long just wearing black T-shirts and I was absolutely fine. And I'd probably be fine now. But the thing is, when I take the coat off, I really feel it now. So, yeah. Even though it's not that cold anymore, I think I've just become so accustomed to feeling quite nice and snug. I mean, it's got lovely fleece lining, you see. It's hard to part from this when you start wearing it. So it's become a comfort blanket for me now. So, yeah. Do you know, it's fine. I just hate how these bits kind of curl round like that. They're like devil horns. So I keep trying to flatten them down and they keep like slowly rising back up like this. So, yes. Sometimes I have to do that and just get them out of the way. But, yeah. Mr. Full D said, did we hear about Stephanie and consulate problems? No, I can't say I have, actually. Is that something that's... When did that come through? I can't say I have. Stephanie having consulate problems. I know that there are a few visa issues doing the rounds. I saw a visa issue for... Oh, what's her name? Makito, is it her name? Not WWE, but she was not able to attend some forthcoming show in America because of visa issues. I think there are some real visa problems that are doing the rounds, yes. You would think that WWE, though, certainly Triple H with his connection to kind of being, at the White House and whatever, you would think that they would be able to deal with such issues. Don't know, but I can't say I have. So if you see any words on that, then feel free to tag me in it. I don't know if that's something that's just dropped through, but I could believe it. I could believe it because of the fact that I think Maki Ito is dealing with some issues as well. We're going to need a fedora days this summer, said Wrestle with Andy. Wrestle with Andy, hello, birds. Hope you're well. Connor said, Daze, apparently Jelly Roll is set to walk Cody down the aisle. Oh my God, it's going to be so emotional. Getting married. And he'll be in his corner at WrestleMania, yes. Robbie said, I'm really not entirely sure I want to commit to SmackDown tonight. I can understand that. I can understand not wanting to... commit to SmackDown tonight. This is one that seriously I'm going into very hesitant. This is one that I've got massive concern. Like, I don't really remember going into a show feeling as kind of apprehensive about it as I do for this one. I don't know if I've ever really gone into a show feeling as apprehensive as I do for this one. The thing is, obviously I love WWE, right? I've got no plans on leaving and stopping watching. They're doing something that I'm not a fan of and many of you are not a fan of, but there is more to this show than just that. So, I mean, it's okay to be down on segments. Many of us, if not all of us, are down on segments, down on wrestlers or, segments that have been scripted, whatever. You're not a fan of it, whatever. Obviously, this is one that's not going to work for me. I must admit, they've got my interest as to what are they going to do. I am interested in, like, how are you going to respond to last week? But I think the thing that I'm struggling with today is I've woken up to the news that we are heading to Randy and Pat versus Cody and Jelly Roll. And I do not care for that match. That's not a match that I need to see. There is no goodwill that I feel towards Pat and Jelly Roll being involved in a match. That's not something I'm rooting for. That's not something I'm going to cheerlead. So if that's where we're heading, it's hard to see how we're going to turn this round. It's hard to see how we're going to put any kind of fix in place. There are some people wondering, is Kevin Owens going to get involved tonight? Is he going to be kind of somehow being inserted into this story? I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know quite why people are thinking it's going to be Kevin. I think it's probably just hope. There's not really any reason to believe he's going to be. And again, if you look at the recent reveals, they've been underwhelming, haven't they? I mean, who came out the crate? Danhausen, which is fine now, but at the time, badly received. Who was on the end of the phone? It was Pat. Again, badly received. So they are teasing an announcement, a surprise. I suppose what it keeps coming back to is it's hard to find the optimism. It's hard to sit here and say, no, look, it's going to be all right because, I don't know, because we're heading to a match that I don't think anyone really cares for, because all the recent reveals have sucked. It's hard to sit here and say it's going to be okay when the only thing I can say is I'm feeling pretty good. I'm in good spirits. And it's just a segment. It's just going to be a segment. There are other things going on tonight. So if it does stink the place out, if it is a disaster, do you know what I mean? It's going to take up 20 minutes, half an hour. We've still got over 2 hours of other things to focus on. And to be honest, I think it would be very unfair to not do that for, say, Drew and Jacob. I think there's a lot of goodwill towards those guys. So Drew and Jacob definitely deserve our attention. Rhea, Jade, don't know how people feel about it, but, they've not really done anything wrong. There's no ill will there particularly. So I think, Rhea in particular is very well liked. So there are some other things that are going on. And it would be nice, actually, if Carmelo gets added to that Sami trick match. There is a chance of that happening tonight. And yes, as Alan says, Royce Keys also going to be on the show, so we'll get to see him on SmackDown for the first time. So Alan said Royce Keys for the Andre the Giant Royal, probably. Yep, maybe we will get something tonight that leads us to him going into that, yes. Okay, loads of comments. I want to get to as many as we can. Triple A said, Daze, do we think Triple H ever listens to feedback from the fans? Or does he not care? And does he just do what he wants? Last week's SmackDown was the lowest rated. Will he care about this booking? Okay, a few things to say. I think it's very hard to know exactly what's being said when normally there's lots of different things being said. So I do think he cares. And I do think that actually what we saw last week was the IWC being very vocal and kind of largely saying the same thing of this sucks, right? Normally, you know, if you've got something like, I don't know, Cody sucks, or Randy sucks, or CM Punk sucks, or Roman sucks, or whatever it is, you can have a varying degree, again, I'm going to have to stress that, a varying degree of difference, okay? So, you know, you might be 60-40 in regards to Randy Cody, you might be 80-20 in regards to, 80-20 in regards to Randy Cody support online. You might be 60-40 in regards to Punk Roman. But the point I'm making is that there's these varying degrees of noise. So it's hard to know what message is actually being sent. But I think with what we saw last week, it's about as loud as you could expect. It kind of felt like everyone was fairly united. Of course, you had a few people that were outside of that, as you would expect. You're not going to get 100% in, you know, agreement, but it felt as close as you could expect, realistically expect, that everyone was on the same page, that this is not what we wanted for this feud. People were looking for Cody Randy, digging into their history, right? Not needing celebs in this. And so I do think that he is aware of that. And if rumors are to be believed, then Cody came back out last week to kind of do a promo that was not scheduled. Again, if rumors are to be believed, the kind of comments that CM Punk made on Monday were not planned as of this time last week. You know, that Pat McAfee and lowering the ticket prices, don't know that that was part of the Punk promo this time last week. But because of the backlash over the weekend, last weekend, I think we saw that Punk promo change. I think we may have got Cody coming back out. I think that there are elements of this that they are trying to convince us are a shoot when they're actually a work. I think we're trying to pick through and we're trying to figure out what is starting to become a bit louder for me, though, is that I do think there was some TKO involvement, and it does seem to be a doubling down on the story that Triple H was bypassed. And I haven't really been focused so much on that because that's part of the story I've struggled with, because I think if they want to kind of start a WWE versus TKO storyline, the best way to do that is to convince the fans that there are things going on that's not harmonious. And so if they want to try and make you believe that Ari Emanuel put Pat in and Triple H didn't know anything about it, that's kind of how you would start this story. So this is why it's hard for us, because obviously we're just getting drip fed this information and we're having to try and just grab the little bits and we're trying to work out what's actually going on. So really, the past week, I've not focused so much on the TKO, you know, kind of going above Triple H's head stuff, because I've really kept that at arm's length, because it's been questionable to me. But we are hearing that more and more and more, and there's more reports that have come out today, kind of from Dave Meltzer, from the Wrestling Observer, that kind of reinforced that that was the case and that this was something that bypassed Triple H, which, again, all it does is make this even more mind-blowing, that that's an extra layer that's just kind of on top of this situation. So, yeah, honestly, this thing is crazy. This is crazy. That's why, like, we just can't avoid the conversation, because it's got so many facets to it. Mr. L Jr. said, Daze, if SmackDown is this bad, or this bad last week, would we do more AEW in the future? Well, it's a good question. In regards to AEW, I don't have any plans to bring it back. Again, Raw is fine. I don't have a problem with Raw. NXT is fine. Don't have a problem with NXT. I mean, you have these people going, oh, if you don't like WWE, why don't you just stop watching it? I don't have a problem with WWE, right? The problem that I've got is this one story, really, right? We know that 2025 was a struggle, but there are things that we found in 2026 that we enjoy. Raw, by and large, has been good. Stand and Deliver for NXT was a very enjoyable show, right? You've got people like Kendall Gray, who's just a pleasure to watch in NXT. And JC Jane, I'm a big fan of as well. And, of course, loads of people, I mean, Ober Brock. Who's not excited for Ober Brock? I mean, that match is going to absolutely bang, right? Penta, ladder match with Ray and Javon. I mean, that's going to be a load of fun as well. So we don't have to look hard to find things that we're enjoying. We don't have to look hard to find things that are working. So as of right now, I don't feel a need to be bringing AEW back. I suppose my concern is not so much like if SmackDown's just going to stay like this for the, foreseeable. But it's more, is this the direction that WWE is going in, where we just have basically lost confidence in wrestling? That's how it feels. It feels like TKO have lost confidence in professional wrestling. You are basically saying Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes is not good enough. It can't sell tickets. It's not a big enough spectacle. It's not a good enough match. It's not a good enough feud. We have to put Pat and Jelly Roll in order for it to be successful. And I just think that's really, really concerning. Really concerning. And that is not an opinion that I share. I think that, of course, Randy Cody is good enough, right? It feels a little bit like we're being punished, and the wrestlers are being punished because of the slow ticket sales. It feels like the WrestleMania ticket sales were slow. And the reason for that is obviously, as we've said, lots of reasons. Tourism is down, ticket prices too high. Yes, creative has been stale, so Triple H can have some of the blame as well. But, there's a plethora of reasons. It's not just one reason. Probably if we was to say what's the biggest, we'd probably say ticket prices would be the biggest. But there is a whole cost of living thing. I mean, look how much gas is right now. People are having to spend their disposable income just on living. They can't afford these inflated WrestleMania ticket prices. So, I think it feels like we're sort of being punished by those ticket sales being so slow because of those reasons, by them losing confidence that wrestling draws fans anymore, and that we have to have celebrities involved. And I just don't think that's true. I don't think it's true. I don't think that this is the right solution for the problem. Daze Hebner, hello, said Daze, how would we react if Pat betrays Randy, says he was always team WWE? I would expect Pat to be on TV daily for the next few months, so it should be good news for you. That doesn't sound like it's good news. What do you mean? Do you mean like TV as in not WWE? I don't know. I mean, like, to be honest with you, for me personally, I'm not a fan of him. I'm not a fan of what he's brought to WWE. I find him to be irritating. He irritates me. There are the people in this world, and I'm sure you've met them as well, where they just manage to push your buttons. I mean, it's like, I find his voice annoying. I find his mannerisms annoying. I find his entitlement annoying, and what you always hear with celebrities is they're a big fan. And that's meant to, I don't know, allow them to have matches because they're a big fan anyway. Well, you're a big fan. I'm a big fan. We're not having matches. I mean, the idea that this allows them to do whatever they want because, it's okay, they're big fans. Give a flip if they're a big fan. Doesn't make any difference to me. I could not care less. I want to watch the wrestlers that put that work in, week out. The people that we watched in NXT, the people that have, told stories. These are storytellers. These are characters that we have connections with, that we talk about all the time. To drop little Yachty in and expect us to care about him being in a match, it doesn't work, does it? I mean, it just doesn't work. You have to be a fan of Pat's to care about Pat's having a match. And I'm not a fan of him, and a lot of people in Europe never watched him play football, don't watch his football show. I mean, American football is not that big outside of America, right? It's got a fan base, but it's obviously an American thing. So I'm sure this works well for our American friends, but it doesn't massively translate globally, right? It doesn't translate globally. And I don't know, you have to care about these people to want to see them in action. I don't care about Little Yachty. I don't care about Pat, right? I don't care about Jelly Roll. He seems like a really nice guy, I can say that, but I don't want to see him in a match. I've got no desire to see him at Backlash. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't see how this story gets saved for me unless Pat gets removed from it and Jelly Roll gets removed from it. I mean, if you want to bring Kevin back, take the celebs out, bring Kevin back and start doing some, we can talk then, right? Then we've got a way forwards. But, whilst we've got this kind of celebrity involvement and we're going down a road I don't really care about, it's hard to see how this gets saved. So I'm obviously going to watch it and I'm going to see how it goes. But yeah, I will also sit here and say to you, I'm probably the worst person in the world when it comes to watching this segment tonight, because I just don't see how it's going to work for me. It's just not going to work for me, brother. Right, in the words of Hulk Hogan. So I just don't see how it's going to get saved. This is why it wasn't a problem for me to be so outspoken, because I just don't see how this gets saved unless you take him out. I just don't see how this gets saved. But what I said online, and I want to stress it here as well, is I hope this gets saved for some of you. It won't get saved for all of you either, but I don't want people to be down on WWE. I mean, that's not in my best interest, is it? I mean, as a channel that does WWE content, it's not in my interest to see people abandon WWE. So a lot of what I've been saying, you could say, is like self-sabotage. Do you know what I mean? Like me going, oh my God, this sucks, blah, 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 all the kind of negativity. This is also, what this channel does is WWE. So I hope it works for people out there. I want, there's youngsters, kids, there's people that I know that are going to the show tonight. I don't want them to go and have a bad time. I want them to have a good time. I want them to enjoy themselves. So I do hope this gets turned around tonight. And I do hope that this starts working for people. I mean, I don't... It's hard for me to sit here and say how they're going to make it work for everyone, because I know what I would be looking for, and I don't think we're going to be doing it. I don't think that's what we're going to be doing, is losing this celebrity involvement. So this is why I can be outspoken. This is why when people say, oh, why don't you just wait and see where it goes? Well, it's like, well, I can already comment about the fact last week sucked. I don't need to wait. I know last week sucked. And where we're moving... it's very hard to see it being saved for me, but maybe it will be saved for some of you, and obviously that's what we're tuning in for tonight. Will said, how are you all? I'm excited for SmackDown. Are we excited or feeling a bit flat? Apprehensive, Will. That's the word I would use. Connor said, Daze, have we also heard that as of now, there's presumably a backup in place for Asuka Io? They could end up doing that match at Backlash. Yes, I have heard that. So there is a chance that we could do Io Asuka at Backlash. That I think would be a disappointment. I feel like Io, in particular, deserves to be on the grandest stage. So I really hope Nikki Bella gets cleared. I really hope the Bellas go into that tag team match. And I really hope that we then get Io Asuka added to WrestleMania. That's what I heard the other day. They're just waiting to see if Nikki gets cleared. If she gets cleared, then, you know, the Fatal 4-Way tag match goes ahead and Io Asuka goes ahead. If she doesn't, then Kabuki Warriors go into that tag match. Seems like night 2 might just run with 6 matches instead. And Io Asuka looks like, yeah, that then flips over, doesn't it, to Backlash. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, they'll be filming the story's build behind the scenes on Unreal, so we might find out the original plans. I suppose that's the other concern, isn't it? Is that we know that Unreal is not real. There are elements that have been reported about WWE Unreal that are exaggerated or are scripted just for that series. We don't know exact moments, but apparently there are things that kind of happen for that show just to make it a bit spicier. And so, yeah, it is true that we will get to see the behind the scenes in the build towards WrestleMania, and this is obviously a big part of that. But part of you then might start wondering, are they kind of doing this so they've got some spicy content for Unreal? You know, is part of... I mean, I don't think they expected the backlash they got. I don't think they were expecting it to be of that size. But is that part of it? You know, kind of doing this as a bit of a story for Unreal? It's got to be considered, hasn't it? I mean, we know that last season focused heavily on the Seth working and injury stuff. So, you know, now we've got the road to WrestleMania, and now all of a sudden all this has kicked off. So, again, is that playing a part? Not sure. Cameron, hello, my friend. Shout out to you. Says, are they really going to have Danhausen, Miz, and Kit at WrestleMania instead of adding Tiffany Julia? The Pat segment just can't get any worse, hopefully. Cameron, shout out to you. I think... I wouldn't be expecting them to announce Danhausen versus Kit Miz as a match. I'm not going to say they won't. I'm just saying I'm not expecting them to. There's no rumor that they're doing that. But I do expect Danhausen to be at WrestleMania. He is shifting a lot of merch, and WrestleMania is a big stage for him. So to have him do something wacky and fun on that stage... I don't just mean the stage. I mean, you know, that show. That you don't want to pass that by. You know, he's got to be doing something with John Cena. A John Cena Danhausen interaction feels almost like a certainty. But maybe they're interacting. Maybe Kit Wilson comes down. Maybe The Miz comes down. Certainly not saying that going to lead to a tag match. I mean, if John was still active... that is something you could have done. You could have done Danhausen teaming with John, going up against Kit and Miz in like a 2-minute thing. Spontaneous, not advertised. You remember when we got Snoop Dogg against The Miz at WrestleMania? It was just completely out the blue. Like, you could see a way where we could get Danhausen teaming with John, just as a little throwaway... sort of moment, like, oh my god, are we doing this match now? Are those two going to team together? Oh, what? You know, that kind of a moment, that kind of a WrestleMania moment, yeah? Could totally have seen that. But I think John is genuinely retired. I really do not expect, even a fun little spontaneous thing like that, do not expect him to compete. I think he's been very, very, very clear. I'm done, right? So I do not expect that. But could we still find a way of getting to like a Danhausen Kit Wilson match or a Danhausen Miz match or something like that? Yeah, I think we could. But I think it would be very, very short. I don't think it should not be seen as a replacement for Tiffany and Julia, because they would have bigger entrances, their match would go much longer, it would eat up a lot more time, their whole segment would be 20-odd minutes, whereas I could see a Danhausen thing going like 8 at most, the whole thing, you know? Do you remember when Stone Cold came down in his scooter, crashed into the barricades, got into the ring and announced the attendance. I could see something like this for Danhausen, like a very short segment that, yeah, maybe involves like a really, really quick match. Do you remember The Rock when he beat Rowan in like 7 seconds at WrestleMania 32? We just had a little Rock Wyatt family confrontation. Again, those are the kind of vibes that I'm thinking. Or that's the kind of thing I'm thinking. There's no words of Danhausen having like a proper match at WrestleMania. So Cameron, shout out to you, my friends. Mr. Full D says El Plashita's claim that Del Rio's WWE exit allegedly involved verbally insulting Stephanie McMahon, a move that didn't sit well with Triple H. Oh, okay. Not seen any word on that. The only Del Rio news that I've seen is obviously about his arrest. So not seeing any word in regards to him potentially bad-mouthing Stephanie. So can't really comment on that, to be honest. Mr. 4D, thank you. Lexis said, Daze, the UFC streams were legendary. You did so much research, gave on-the-spot picks, delivered great entertainment. Will they ever return? Well, Lexis, thank you, my friends. I love doing them. They were a lot of work because I did genuinely do a lot of research. The research would take me one whole night in the week to go back, rewatch fights. I mean, the thing is, when you're watching it on a regular basis anyway, you kind of have, obviously, a knowledge anyway. I mean, I don't prep for these streams. I don't need to because we're watching wrestling, talking wrestling all the time. There's no prep that I really need, right? But in regards to UFC, because we don't see the fighters every week, we see them like a few times a year. That obviously requires a lot more prep. So to be honest with you, it's been impossible pretty much up to this point to actually do a UFC show because we've had AAA shows, we've had NXT Stand and Deliver, we've had Saturday night's main event, we've had Royal Rumble, we've had lots of different things, right? That have kind of taken our Saturdays away. Tomorrow was going to be one of the first opportunities that I was going to have to do a UFC show. And I bottled it, honestly. That's my honest answer. Is I looked at the card. It didn't massively blow me away. And 1 week before WrestleMania, I've not done my predictions video yet. I don't have the WrestleMania streams set up. I'd like to see if I can just do something with the graphics for the stream. It won't be anything crazy, of course, but just have a look, see what's out there graphic-wise. So like graphics, thumbnails, setting streams up, predictions videos, just all of these kind of bits. Just making sure they're ready, because I'm not going to have time to do it next week, because obviously next week's SmackDown is immediately followed by the Hall of Fame. So you have to, do you know what I mean? Like, we're in it now. This is it. WWE World opens on Thursday. So you're going to have all the stuff coming out from that. Then, of course, we've got SmackDown Hall of Fame. Then, of course, WrestleMania, both nights. I mean, we are in it, right? I mean, I believe the set gets built on Monday. That's when they're starting to build the staging. So there's going to be pictures coming out all the time. This is the latest build for. So honestly, tomorrow would have been the first chance I would have had to have really done a UFC show. But because I just don't feel like I'm ready for WrestleMania, I'm not sat here having already done my predictions video, having already had the stream set up. Because I don't feel ready, I want to use that time tomorrow instead. So certainly the UFC streams in my mind are not gone, but it's just I can't sit here and tell you when we get to them because there's just a lot of stuff that gets in the way now. I'm glad you enjoyed them though, and I really enjoyed them, and I would not sit here and say they're done. But what I would say is we've managed to get to April, and tomorrow was like the first opportunity I would have had to have done one. So that's obviously not boding very well, is it? And the other thing is when you don't watch it on a regular basis, obviously the community we had will have moved on. I understand that. So I don't expect many people to join us anymore. And the other thing as well is it's just a lot harder to research because there's a lot of fighters I might not have seen fight now because I've just not been able to keep up with it. So all of a sudden it's become this big mountain, and it just wasn't really like that before. So yeah, that's what's been going on with all of that. So just so people know, tomorrow we're going to do AAA instead, because it's a much shorter show than UFC. It's going to allow me to do the predictions video in the day. I'll get that recorded and out tomorrow. Then on the night, we'll do AAA. And then as an extra little boost on Sunday, we're going to do the WWE Vaults Wrestlemania 8. They're going to be airing it live. Obviously not live, but they're going to be showing it live on their channel. And so we'll do the watch along for that. So we've got plans in place for Saturday. We've got plans in place for Sunday. We obviously then that takes us to the Go Home Raw. Then we've got NXT Revenge on Tuesday, Evolve, Final Touches Thursday. Although I'd imagine that'll be a beefy unseen because of WWE World opening and blah, blah, blah. And we're in it. I mean, this is it. We're in it now. We've got like less than a week to go till WrestleMania. So it's here. Recon said, I love your passion for wrestling. Love the community, said Recon. Well, Recon, thank you, buds. I am aware that last weekend was a real challenge. And I'm feeling, I feel like I got it off my chest. I am feeling in a better place. Maybe after tonight's SmackDown, I will regress again. But I am feeling in a better place. I think the problem you have as well is that negativity can breed negativity. And actually, for a few reasons, I went back and watched Monday's stream. And I was really concerned by some of the comments that I was seeing. I have, as a result, brought on some new mods I'm sure you've seen. So, congrats to those people. I get a lot of people asking me, how do I become a mod on the channel and all this? The truth is, there is no system in place for that. Because our mods do a fantastic job. Our mods are incredible. I think whenever people are saying they love hanging out here and they love the community and they love spending time with us, the reason why they're saying that is because hopefully this is a good place to be. And that is all thanks to the work the mods do. So that to me is reassurance that the chat is in a good place. But when there is negativity around, like we saw last weekend because of last weekend's SmackDown, negativity breeds negativity. And when I went back and looked at the stream and was reading some of the comments I didn't get a chance to get to, there was some stuff in there I was really, really concerned by. Some foul language that was being used, thrown in the direction of other community members, and honestly stuff that needed to be taken down and should have been shot down. And that's not a fault of our mods, because to be honest, when a lot of these comments were being made, I couldn't really see any mods around. And of course, I don't expect mods to be here all the time, every second of every stream. I don't expect that. I don't expect that at all. And so that's when it says you need some more mods. So it's not a process of, okay, it's that time of the month, let's add some extra mods. It's more when it becomes obvious that we are a little light and we do need some more. So then what I did was I looked as to who is around when these comments are being made, right? Who is it that could have stepped in? Who is it that I trust? And there's about 200 of you out there that I trust, right? That I'd be quite happy to make a mod, but was you around at the time when these comments were made? That's the deal breaker, because I saw stuff I didn't like. I saw stuff that needed to be removed, and I needed to go to the people that were around. So that's kind of how it came down to. We added about 5 extra mods. I think there's a group of mods you see that's just not as active anymore, and that's fine. People's lives change, and people go from being quite active in the community to not as active. And again, no issue from me. we've seen people come and go in this community all the time. But yeah, I just wanted to bring some clarity to that, because there might be people out there going, oh, he doesn't like me and stuff. That couldn't be further from the truth. That's nonsense. The truth is that there was things that went down that on review I'm not happy about and needed to be shot down. And, you know, these were the people that were around that could have done it if they had that responsibility. So, again, in regards to the mods as well, timing out is the preference. Blocking is not something that I really recommend mods do because I can't undo it, right? There is a myth that I've got a list that I can go to that's not how it works, right? There is a list, but after doing 10 years of YouTube, I can tell you, not everyone for some reason shows on that list. There are many, many times where people have been blocked. I've gone to that list and their name is not there. They can't comment and I can't bring them back. So block it. If a mod blocks, I can't undo it. And there's a real myth out there that like everyone's name just appears on the list and it's as easy as taking them off. I don't know if that's a glitch with YouTube. I've never found an answer out to that. But that has happened several times where someone's like approached me and gone, look, I'm really sorry. I lost my head, whatever. And I'd look to bring them back and I can't because they're not there. So timing out is kind of the best thing for a mod to do. And then I would say if it becomes consistent and it's a real issue where this person just is not learning, then let me know and I'll make the call as to whether we like block them or not. Because I don't want to be blocking anyone. It's not something that I look to do, honestly, but I do take great encouragement from when people say they enjoy the community. That says to me we're doing something right. So I just wanted to get that out there so that we're all on the same page, and everyone can kind of get their heads around that. It's not that some of you out there aren't at a certain standard or whatever it might be. It was a lot more to do with, well, I do trust these people and they were there at the time. And if they had the responsibility, they could have shot some of these comments down. I suppose in a way, it's just how do we make it even better, you know? So, who dat Saints J? Shout out to you, my friends. Thank you. Okay, 52 minutes in. Let's go. Bishop said, Daze, I'm confused with the reports that TKO wanted Pat in the story because Triple H has the final say with creative ideas. Okay, well, if it's to be believed, then Ari wanted Pat involved because I think ESPN are a little bit off with the results that they've been getting since they bought the PLEs. So ESPN spent a lot of money on getting the PLEs, and I don't think the results have been quite what they were hoping for. Pat has got a big podcast, right? And he talks to a lot of football fans, and a lot of those people don't watch wrestling. So he is on ESPN. He is someone that is obviously a fan of wrestling, and his audience is not a wrestling audience. So in Ari's world, this is perfect. This is a big ESPN celebrity whose audience is not wrestling fans, who is a wrestling fan, who would be up for being involved in a story, who we can bring in, put him in a big story. Hopefully that brings non-wrestling fans in and start watching. And he can obviously talk about it on his show. All of it is playing out on ESPN. You know, Pat's show is on ESPN. The PLEs are on ESPN. And so you can see from a business point of view, from an Ari Emanuel point of view, and Ari likes him as well, you can see the benefits as to why this feels like the right way forwards. Sometimes what looks good on paper for the business is not going to be great for the business, because the truth is wrestling fans love wrestlers and wrestling matches and quality, right? We love quality promos. We love quality matches. You know, we love to kind of dig into the stories and the characters. You can't just take this guy from over here, drop him in, and think, well, that's good for the business, right? Because in Ari's worlds, it probably makes sense. But in Triple H's world and in the worlds of a lot of WWE fans, it does not make sense. So yes, Triple H is in charge of creative. But Ari obviously is above Triple H, not just like one place, but several places. You know, Ari is like Triple H's boss, right? Ari is like the top guy in TKO. I mean, at the end of the day, what Ari says goes. And so Triple H has to deal with it. But yeah, I mean, Triple H apparently did not drive this idea. This was not a Triple H idea. This is not an idea that Triple H went, oh, that's genius. This will be brilliant, right? But it was driven by Ari instead. And that would be the reason, the rationale why, right? That would be as to why we've done it. But as I said, just because it looks good on paper or works for the business, helps the relationship with ESPN, doesn't mean it's going to make a great story and the fans are going to like it and that it's the right thing to actually do. So that's kind of where I feel we've ended up where we've ended up. Shaquem said, this is literally the week that they need to get everything together now for next week. Yes, that's actually going to be a positive because there are several stories that are playing out on SmackDown. There are several stories that are playing out, and that means we can't spend too long on just one of them, because we do need to get to the Drew story. We do need to get to the Rhea Ripley story. We do need to get to these other stories, right? So we can't just be fully focused on this one thing. And that honestly is where I'm getting some comfort. I'm getting some comfort from the fact that that story doesn't work for me, brother. And I know that even tonight, I'm not gonna like it. And that's okay. I've kind of come to peace with it. But there will be other stuff. There's going to be other things. You know, Drew Jacob, Rhea story. Is Carmelo going to get added to Sami Trick? Royce Keys is going to make his debut. We're going to have to see. I don't know what the episode's going to be like. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you that this is going to be a mind-blowing, excellent episode. Recent history would tell us it's probably not. But let's try and go in with as open a mind as we possibly can. If we have decided, those of you that are here, to invest our time into this show, then let's go into it with as open a mind as possible, right? The only one thing I'm going to struggle with that, as you know, is that segment, because I'm just not a fan of Pat. So for me, with him involved, I cannot see how that's going to work for me. But, well, whatever. We'll see. Leo, shout out to you, said I had to reload the chat. And then Daze disappeared, but he's back now. Okay. It was a bit weird hearing him, but not seeing any pictures. It was like ghost stories, said Leo. Well, Leo, I assure you, I am not a spirit, right? I am not a spirit. And if I was, and I was in heaven, and there were virgins running around, and harps that I can play, yeah? And wine and breads and all that, I would not be choosing to be watching this episode of SmackDown. I can tell you that now. If I was in heaven, yeah, and there was all that kicking off, right? Wandering around, meeting up with old friends, grandparents, people that are, have passed, I'd be off probably doing that. I'd be exploring. So I assure you, I'm not some sort of reincarnated spirit. Uncle Rebel said, Daze, everyone's fixated on the Pat stuff for the downward spiral of recent SmackDowns. There's like 3 or 4 SmackDowns that haven't involved him. What else can we change? The stories are just, they're weak all round, said Uncle Revel. It's a great comment, but it's a great comment. I think what we witnessed was the straw that broke the camel's back, because you are completely right. We've been having weeks of like 5 out of 10 shows. Many of you have said it's not even reached those levels. So I think what we got was we hit rock bottom, you know? And again, if we want some optimism, maybe that means the only way is up now, right? Last week was rock bottom, and we can't get much lower, right? So what else needs to change? To be honest, I don't think there's a great deal that you can do now before Mania, because we don't have much time, and we're pretty much locked in, obviously, to the matches. So we just got to get there now. But I do think that afterwards we could do with a draft. I do think, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I don't think there's any division in the women's part of SmackDown that's working, right? I don't think that the talent is there. So, for example, Jade is champion. Before Jade, it was Tiffany. Tiffany had gone stale, right? Needed a break. Jade has had the belt, defended against pretty much no one. When she has defended, it's been against Jordynne Grace, which is fine. I like Jordynne Grace, but she's cold. She's not long been called up, so she's quite cold. She's not been built up as this like big threat. So and match quality there was not mind blowing, right? But I like Jordynne. But you know, we need a better division for Jade. You know, rather than her having no one to defend against apart from Michin or B-Fab. I mean, this is what she was having to do. She was having to faff around with Michin, B-Fab, and ultimately they've ended up putting those girls with her. That's fine. I'm not down on them as a group, but I don't think we can say that the top end of the women's division on SmackDown has been cooking. I don't think anyone's going to say that. And I don't think anyone can say that of the mid-card women's division. You know, this is Julia having to feud with Chelsea, both heels, because we had no baby faces. Tiffany came back after being away as a babyface and was able to get into that mid-card. That helped, but not much. It's not helped loads. We've still got a very empty division, right? No one's going to say that women's mid-card cooks. There just doesn't feel like enough options around, credible options, interesting options. It's a gamble to go with Jade as champion anyway. So you would kind of hope that your mid-card would be cooking. If you're going to go with Jade at the top of the card, your women's mid-card should be really eventful and fun, right? Okay, Jade's champion. I get we're trying to build her, but at least the women's mid-card is on fire. But neither was on fire and hasn't been for a long time. And then you look at the tag division, which was so good last year with that ladder match, the TLC match. You know, you had Fraxium, you had Motor City, you had Street Profits, you had all these different teams, right? DIY, Wyatt's coming in towards the ends, all kind of battling each other to try and get those tag titles. And there was a lot of praise for that tag division. And then as soon as we kind of got to the MFT Wyatt feuds, it died. It just died. And now the belts just feel secondary to the Lantern. For some reason, the Lantern has been the big talking point. Now the belts have gone on to R-Truth and Damian Priest. That's fine. But it hasn't resulted at the moment in the tag division kind of bursting back to life. So you look at the top of the women's card, it feels cold. You look at the women's mid card, it feels cold. You look at the tag title and tag division, it feels cold. You look at the Wyatt 6 MFT feud and they're arguing about a lantern. That's not what I was looking for the Wyatt 6, you know? Feels cold. I think we can say that the mid-card Carmelo Open challenges have been probably the highlight of the show. Like, that has been the best part of SmackDown. So that's the thing that would get, like, the thumbs up. right? And then, of course, you got the top end of the card. That's been okay, actually. I mean, frustrations with Drew having the belt and then losing it so soon to WrestleMania. But then I think we moved into a Randy Cody story, certainly with the beatdown that I think people were starting to get into. Then the conversation became, how are they going to get heat onto Randy, right? And that was the big focus. Can they make this more 50-50 in the reactions? And then we started to wonder, do they even care? Because we weren't really seeing anything that was like moving those reactions. And then they went and dropped this flipping bombshell, right? That just took us to a whole new depth. So you're right. The show is riddled with problems. And it's not just this one thing. It is kind of throughout the cards. I mean, even Drew against Jacob has been okay, but it's felt very secondary. I don't know. I don't know what it is about it. I think it's because people are probably still a bit down on Drew having had the belt, now not having the belt. They've been brawling. I think we need like an interesting segment. Maybe we get that tonight. Perhaps, I mean, the other week they were just brawling like pretty much for the 3 hours. We just kept seeing them fighting backstage. And then at the end they fell off that platform, right? You couldn't really see anything. I don't know. I think there was mixed results to that. I think, seeing them fall off a platform is kind of interesting, but it would have been better if they'd have landed onto a car, top of a car or something, and we'd seen that impact. Again, is that possible? I don't know. That would have to be something they'd have to work out with a stunt coordinator. But, they just sort of fell, but we didn't see what happens, right? So even that feels like, yeah, okay. You got to have some goodwill towards it. I think it's definitely being overshadowed by Ober Brock. If that is meant to be the big monster match from SmackDown, if this is Drew colliding with Jacob, the two big guys, big monsters collide, wow, it feels very inferior to the Raw equivalent, which is Brock and Ober. That's the match everyone's so hyped for. So, yeah, you're right. I think it is riddled with issues, not just the Pat situation. But, I mean, I don't think there's much we can fix this close to WrestleMania. I think now it's a case of make tweaks, do the best you can with what you've got, the pieces that you've got. I don't think there's time for great big swinging changes, but try and do the best you can with what you've got. Get to Mania, deliver Mania, and then afterwards, I think let's try and get to a draft. Let's kick it all up in the air, get the pieces where we want them, get some new interesting feuds on the table, really sit down and go, right, what do we want the SmackDown tag division to look like? What do we want the Raw tag team division to look like? What do we want the women's mid-card to look like on both shows? And really have a look around all the belts in particular. Where are we? And of course, you've got other feuds. I mean, you do have Aleister Black sniffing around. He's not around a belt, but, Aleister Black's around. Got to do something, obviously, with him. And so is there anything we can do there that's going to be interesting? Kit Wilson is around. Is there anything there that we can do that's interesting? It does feel like we need to just go down the whole roster, get them onto a brand, get some stories in place, and sort of just start again. It's like hit that reset button, So I agree with you. I agree. Isa Kolski, shout out to you, my friends, said hopefully WrestleMania 42 will be good. I've been pushing for a WWE draft to happen. I think a lot of people have, but I mean, a lot of what I say is very predictable, very widely known. I'm not some oracle. I'm just saying what people think. But I'm also agreeing with what a lot of you say. So if there are people out there like campaigning for a draft, yes, I agree. We waited for one last year. We didn't get one. And I do find myself wondering if that was part of the reason as to why the product has gone so stale. Certainly when you look on that women's side on SmackDown and you just see so few options, you can't help but think to yourself, we need options. I mean, you could call some people up from NXT, but a lot of those are going to come up relatively cold because, you know, the wider fan base has not been used to watching them. NXT gets, 600,000 viewers, whereas SmackDown last week did 1.5 million. I mean, the difference in viewership is quite big. So I sort of feel like you need to have some established names, nicely spread. Yes, if we need to add to the roster, we can always bring people up. There's rumors of JC, Ethan, Ricky, Soul, all looking to head to the main roster soon. So we should be getting a bit of a wave. I don't think that wave will hit until after WrestleMania. But great way of figuring out where they should go is a draft and actually announcing them as part of a draft. We've done that many, many times where we actually call people up via a draft. I think, to be honest, I think Triple H did want to do one. There was lots of word about a draft happening and then being pushed back. There was lots of chatter last year about that. I just think it was very hard for them to find the time to actually do it. I think that was the challenge because it always felt like we were building to the next show. And there was, I think the Saturday night's main events kind of got in the way a little. That's 4 Saturdays in the year that have got shows that weren't normally there. And then I believe Evolution was extra as well. So if you think every month, there's already a PLE each month, right? So there's 12. Then you have another 4 dropped in, right? So there is another a 4 that takes us to 16. Then you've got Evolution that I believe was added. That takes us to 17. Then you've got NXT shows happening on a Saturday. Like, there's a lot of content that's being built towards. Some of those NXT shows had main roster talent on, but there's a lot of shows that are being built towards. And so I think trying to find, when can we get a draft in? When can we get this done? I think they found that a challenge because it always felt like they had 2 weeks to build to the next show. Like, we can't do a draft now because it's going to take an episode up. But and we've got 2 weeks till Clash in Paris, or we've got 2 weeks till Super Showdown. Like, it was just always so tight. To be honest, I don't know that changes, though. I can't say that it's going to be any different this year. I can't say that they're going to have any sort of breathing room. You could make the argument they should have done the draft in February, because the thing about February is it felt like we were building to Elimination Chamber, and I think there was a good amount of time between Rumble and the Chamber. I think there was like 4 weeks. I think you probably could have squeezed a draft in at that point, and I don't think it would have disrupted anything. Because, of course, on a draft episode, you can still do Chamber qualifying matches if you need to. If you really need to squeeze a couple of Chamber qualifiers in, you can. I mean, you can still carry on with some stories during a draft episodes. But, yeah, apparently they just couldn't find room for it last year. I don't see how it's any different this year. Nightbird Beastman said Solo isn't a main event star. That's why him being a leader just doesn't work. Bo Dallas is getting better with his mic work, but didn't get over as much as Bray. So that feud has just not been working, says Nightbird Beastman. Thank you, my friends. I kind of like those comments where, like, I don't feel I need to add to them. That way I can get through some more. So nice. Jono38 said apparently Netflix are interested in buying Pat Show. I can believe that. I mean, I've said before, if you're a fan of Pat, and I said this on last week's Raw, I can understand, because I believe him to be a big football player. A very, popular player. Obviously, that popularity is now translated into his podcast, which I believe is one of the biggest shows, one of the biggest podcasts. JR said that he's a regular viewer of it, and I know he enjoys his football. So, when it comes to him as like a host of his own show and the popularity of that show, that's never been in doubt. You know, I mean, that really is the key reason as to why he's even involved in WWE, because he's got that platform that allows him to speak to an audience. That's what WWE are really motivated by, you know, is getting access to that audience. There are interested parties in his podcast. Niall said, limbs when Danhausen is in Cody's corner. I'm not expecting Danhausen in Cody's corner. The streets are saying it's going to be Jelly Roll, but, well, we'll find out. There could be some pivoting that goes on tonight. David said, the biggest injury fest before Mania. It's a dead build, says David. Well, I would just say we've had injury problems before Mania before. I don't think this is the worst it's been, actually. My head is telling me, I don't know if it was 32 or 34, but I do remember there being one around about 10 years ago or so that was pretty bad when it came to injuries. They are a part of WrestleMania. It happens. Injuries happen all the time. So I do agree, though, that the injuries that we're seeing to Braun obviously caused disruption. The injury to Ray, we know, caused disruption. That doesn't affect the top end of the card, though. You know, I think CM Punk Roman is pretty much the direction they wanted to go. Randy Cody is the direction they wanted to go. They were thinking Drew Cody, but they went Randy Cody. So I think the top end of the card we can't really blame on injury. You can point to Seth and his match. You can point to Gunther and his match. Gunther Ray, Seth Braun. Like, you know, they look like they were going to be in place. So yeah, it definitely played a part. But I would just say I think it plays a part most years. And I don't think like the Pat situation is really connected to the injury stuff. Shining Wizard, shout out to you. Appreciate it, my friends. Firing in some support, which I really appreciate it. Hope you're well. Hope you've had a good day. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We were talking about it earlier. We are going to be doing AAA. We're going to be doing AAA, right? Daze, thank you. Hope you are well. I will watch tonight. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I hope it's going to be very good tonight. Edward, shout out to you, but yeah, I also hope it's going to be good tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got for us. I mean, obviously that one segment, I don't have high hopes, but I don't know. At some point, this show's got to turn around. It can't be as bad as last week. I mean, on Cage Match, it got 0.8. The week before, it did 2 points some out of 10. I mean, it's got to be getting... It can't just stay at this level. Surely. And the other thing I think as well is this past week has been so bad. Surely it would it not just shake you up if you was in that creative room? I mean, if you was like phoning it in or whatever... Wouldn't how bad things are right now really wake you up? I mean, whatever your A game looks like, surely now you have got to be bringing it. So, I don't know. I live in hope that this show is going to improve. It is crazy, isn't it, how Raw feels like it is so much better than SmackDown. I mean, how have they got it right to a degree and SmackDown so wrong? I don't know. It really, I could imagine Triple H like running around a little bit at the moment, having to sort this, do that. He was on Cody's podcast the other week looking at WrestleMania plans. I mean, you know, pretty soon they're going to be doing all the rehearsals for WrestleMania. So it's not just overseeing Raw, SmackDown, all of that stuff, but it's also getting ready for this big show. There's going to be special entrances and all of this stuff, you know, that they need to rehearse and plan to be ready for WrestleMania. Like, this is going to be such a busy time for him. And then he's got this added drama of, like, you know, the whole flipping wrestling world's freaking out about what went down last week. I feel like I can understand him just being in a let's just get through this type mode. I can understand that. We're so close to the dance. We're so close to the big show. As we said, WWE World starts Thursday next week. The stage starts getting built on Monday. I mean, it's WrestleMania week next week. Go home Raw. Go home SmackDown. Hall of Fame. I mean, right now, you're locked in. And so it's just, let's just get through this. Most of it, hopefully, is going to be okay. I mean, I do think the card for Mania, when the bell rings, should provide some bangers. So, you know, we're still going in with some optimism. But I can understand him thinking, I've just got to get through that. And then afterwards, there needs to be a review. There needs to be a review, just like there would be at the end of a season of football. Let's say an NFL team has a bad season. I'm sure the board sit down and review the performance and try and work out how we don't do that again. There needs to be something like that, because clearly there are issues. I can't tell you what they are. It could be the creative team is not correct. It could be that there's been too much underperformance from certain wrestlers that we've tried to rely on and they've just not delivered. Or it could be a plethora of things. I would love to know. I'd love for Triple H to be honest for a second. I feel like whenever you get these interviews with Triple H or wrestlers, you tend to get language that is like, yeah, there's challenges, but we're going to work to overcome these challenges. You know, WrestleMania always provides very interesting obstacles that we have to try and overcome. Like, it's all that type of language where I would just love for him to go, do you know what? The creative team have consistently let me down. You know, we believed in this performer and it's just not delivered. We wanted to do this, but this person got it. I'd love to hear some specifics. You're not going to. I mean, that would require him throwing some people under the bus, and he's not going to do that. I wouldn't expect him to do that. But it doesn't stop me from wanting to hear what his honest thoughts actually are, you know? I'd love to know, because in a lot of his interviews, he can come across as a bit wishy-washy. A little bit like, that's what we do. We just do what we do. You know, he can come across as a bit soundbitey and a bit wishy-washy. And you can understand how fans don't have great confidence in what he says. But I think a lot of it is political, where he's having to kind of toe a line of like not upsetting people that he works with, but equally trying to sympathize with the fans that, you know, I understand, you know, this isn't what you want. I mean, do you remember when the fans were chanting, "We want Cross" at him after SummerSlam? He just didn't acknowledge it. Well, he did. He was like, "You want Brock? You've got him." I mean, I don't know if he actually misheard or if he just pretended to mishear. But, yeah, I think there is a bit of, like, trying to keep people sweet. I think there is, like, a political game that has to be played. And so I don't feel like we always get, like, you know, the truth of what he's really thinking. I would love to know what he's thinking. I'd love to know what his frustrations are. He actually made a comment the other day, is like, people say that creative, it's as simple as this, or why don't they do this, or why don't they do that? And he was like, I wish people knew how hard it was. I wish people knew that I can't do that because that person doesn't get on with that person. Or I can't do that because that person's actually got an injury and you don't know about it. And so I can't do that with them. And he was kind of going, it was just giving you a glimpse of some of those frustrations. Like, I know you say we can do better, but if you knew what I was actually dealing with, you might see it differently. Is kind of what he was trying to say in an interview, a sit-down interview with Cody that he did. So, you know, it would be so refreshing if he just came out and told us, like, you know, here you go. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's my frustrations. As I said, we'll never get it, but I think there is maybe more to it than what we, you know about, of course. Connor said, Daze, what were the thoughts on the Damian Priest comments about Pat earlier? Was you impressed with Damian's comments? Well, I was impressed. Part of me wonders, again, if this is a worked shoot. So is this basically a story that they're trying to make look like it's a shoot? Is this a story of like TKO versus WWE that they're trying to kind of make us feel isn't a story? We're thinking, oh my God, this is a shoot. But actually, you know, it's all thought out. Damian has checked with Triple H. Can I make these comments? Triple H has gone, yes, that'll get heat on Pat. That'll be great. You know, so I did online say fair play to Damian for these comments because, you know, he is saying what I feel. And so it's nice to hear it said out loud, right? You know, I'm a needy person as well. I am someone that has opinions, and it is always nice when other people go, I agree with your opinion. I think we all like that. That's nice. It's a nice feeling. We feel heard. We feel like we're kind of in, like, you know, the right place. We're correct. You know, I think it's easy in this world to have so many of your opinions shot down, be told you're an idiot. You know, you don't have to work too hard to get those responses on social media. So if anyone like turns around and goes, no, I agree with you, that's a nice feeling. So Damian kind of coming out with his comments today sort of felt a little bit like that. For those that haven't seen, I do have them here. Ooh, I agree with them so much it's actually frozen me. That's exciting. It does do this from time to time. Give me 1 second. We'll get to those comments. Okay, hopefully that's coming through. I'm going to just put refresh in the chat. It should be working. Okay, let's go over to these comments because I do think it's interesting. I don't know if they're genuine or if... I don't know if they're genuine or if they are just things he's kind of been allowed to say. But he said, it sucks. I'm not a fan. Someone who knows Pat and gets along with him, but for me, it's just not my taste. I don't think it helps anything. He didn't need it. So for me, and I'm sure a lot of people aren't going to be happy that I have said that, but in the locker room specifically, a lot of us weren't happy, and that's real. I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it real? I don't know. I mean, I do like the fact that the wrestlers are not happy that Pat was in that position. I mean, I would have been more into this if it was a wrestler. You know, if that had been even Kevin Owens that was coming back, I think we all could have accepted it a lot better. So if this is true, that a lot of the actual wrestlers and a lot of the actual talent are not happy, then, well, that's very interesting, isn't it? I was asked by some of the younger talent, what did I think? And I thought it was bull. We're a PG show, right? But he can come in and he can throw F-bombs and say whatever he wants. For me, that's like one of those things that so many other talents, even from one word, could benefit. And it's like, wow, now they're up here. Instead, you take someone who's not even here all the time and he gets away with saying something like that, who doesn't even need it. I'm not going to lie, it kind of peeved me off. Again, if we're building to TKO against WWE, these comments can obviously be a work and a way of adding fuel to that fire. So we have to be aware that it could be that. Doesn't stop everything he just said, though, being genuinely how I feel. And I think his comments in particular about the language that was used, the fact that Pat swore, and, you know, WWE is a PG product. You know, what Damian's saying is there's a lot of wrestlers here that if they swore, even just once, I mean, you see the reaction the B word gets, yeah? Rhymes with itch. It's bitch. It's that word, right? You see the reaction that gets. People in the crowd go, oh. Right? So the fact that like he can come out and drop an F-bomb, you know, Damian's like, this would help a lot of wrestlers when they're cutting a promo and they really want to punch it over. If they were able to, you know, even just drop one F-bomb like that, it would be of benefit. But this guy can come in and do it, and it's all fine. And he doesn't even need to, because, like, you know, this wasn't really a promo that needed that kind of a punch. So, I don't know, Matt. I don't know if this is real or not. He says it's real. I don't know. But it's a very, very interesting comments. So, again, we'll see. We'll see where it leads. We'll see where it goes. David said, dozen wrestlers wrestled post-WrestleMania. Hit refresh. Dozen wrestlers wrestled post-WrestleMania week. Hit refresh. Don't know what that means, David, but shout out to you. Dozen wrestlers wrestled post-WrestleMania week. Don't know what that means. Mackenzie said, could Maxine help Theory win at Mania? Yes. Two times now we've seen her with Theory. So, yes. I think there is an opportunity there for her to kind of come in. I don't know how people are going to feel about that. I don't feel too bad, actually. Maxine, to me, is... I don't hate her as a person. I just think as a wrestler, I can name about 5 women in NXT that are better. And I think she should be in NXT. If they want her on the main roster, her going back to being like a valet, being in Austin Theory's corner... That's, you know, if you want to use her on the main roster, using her in that kind of Lana to Rusev position is probably the position. So Maxine being in Theory's corner, then being in a relationship, getting into an on-screen relationship, and then her tripping people over, helping him out. That way, if she's a heel as well, and people are booing her, saying she sucks at wrestling, that's part of the gig, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's hard to get people cheering for Maxine when the quality of her work is not quite to the standard of other girls on the main roster. So if her kind of wrestling, people are yelling, you suck, and all this kind of stuff, like that'll all play in, and that'll be fine, and she'll be a heel. And she'll be with Theory. And she probably doesn't even need to wrestle that often. But she could just, you know, once in a while, get in there and do something if needed. A bit like how Lana did. She didn't really wrestle until at the end of her time in WWE, when we started to use her a bit more. Don't really know why we did that. Perhaps the feeling was we'd done everything we could with her as like a manager. But, you know, I actually don't mind Maxine being in that role where she's like a partner, a manager, a valet for Theory, for the Vision, and then make her a character, and then just have her wrestle if you need to, once in a while, once in a blue moon. And as a heel, if people are booing her saying, you suck, you can't wrestle, it's all part of the gig. It's fine. You know, it feels a lot worse saying that when she's a babyface, you know, trying her hardest, but when she's a heel, yeah, doesn't really matter. So yeah, not really down on that, to be honest. David said, sorry, I meant a dozen wrestlers will be released after Mania, right? They could be. I hope not. I always think that's a failing on WWE's part, because WWE bring all these people in. They obviously train them up at the Performance Center. They find them characters, find them presentation. A lot of people that get called up from NXT are people that we agree with, we're on board with, right? So, you know, if those people like Dakota or Shayna Baszler, who was a killer in NXT, get to the main roster and then creatively we just can't find stuff for them, that's on WWE, really. We found ways of presenting Shayna in NXT where she felt like a killer. You know, I mean, she was one of the great women's champions in NXT. And then when she got up to the main roster, we just absolutely dropped the ball. We just, for some reason, could not find the right way of presenting her. She faffed around in the tag division quite a bit. How we didn't get Dakota presented... I mean, like, Dakota got cut, I think, by Vince. Triple H brought her back, and then she ended up getting cut again. So, I mean, I like Dakota. I said before what I would have done with her is I would have made her King Kota, which was a nickname, but I would have made that a bit more of her actual name. I would have had her come down in, like, this pretty cool crown. Not, like, really, you know, full of diamonds. Just, like, something plain. The kind of thing that she can take off, put in the corner, you know. Not, like, cheesy or anything. But I would make her King Kota, have her with a crown... right? Give her a bit of an attitude, and I would really focus on her kicks because she was really good with, you know, her kicks. And I think that having a woman that has like a very kick-heavy attack is quite interesting because we don't really see that too much. Maybe we get it a bit with Lola in NXT. You know, she'll do those quick kicks, and that's part of her character, right? I think there was room to do that on the main roster with Dakota. I think she could have done lots of different kicks, lots of different attacks, the Pele kick, high kick, super kick, just mixing in all these shots, Haluva-esque. I can't remember what that one was. Do you remember she used to run around and then deliver that big boot in the corner? It was kind of like a Haluva, but she just went like a long way round to deliver it. I kind of feel like I would have like really dialed into that. And I think there was something there, and I could see a group of girls sort of being with her as well. I got a vision, an idea of something that you could have tried. I'm not saying it would have worked. I don't know. I'm just saying that there was something there. I was like, oh yeah, I think you could do something there. And I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why it never worked. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe again, we don't get the full picture. Perhaps she's turning up a lot with injury issues. Obviously, we know that she did her ACL and was wearing the knee brace. I mean, perhaps, like, you know, there was repercussions to that we're just not aware of. I don't know. She always struck me as a real positive girl, good mindset. Can't imagine she was rocking up late all the time or being problematic, or I don't know. I really don't have the answer to that as to why we parted ways with her. So I'm not a fan of the releases. I get that you can't just keep adding and adding and adding to a company. I do understand. And I think, honestly, at the end of the day, it's probably that. It's probably that we've got some girls ready to come up we're quite excited about, and we just don't have anything for this person. So we're going to get rid of them. And that's just, I don't know, man. It's business, I suppose. It's business, innit? I mean, we can't keep getting excited about Kendall and Callie and JC and all these great women that are coming through Sol Ruka, but then also expect to keep all the women that we had previous as well. I suppose it's just like this conveyor belt, isn't it? It's just like this conveyor belt. I don't know. I just don't like the releases. I think it's a sign of failure. It's a sign that we didn't find creative for these people. But maybe the truth is there's just fresh, new faces that just replace them. But is that a good business model? You know what I mean? To spend so much of your life training so hard and working to become a good wrestler, and then for no fault of your own, creative's not there for you. You get a bit stale as a result, and then before you know it, you've lost your job. I mean, look at Carrion. I mean, what else could Carrion do? I mean, Carrion was being so active on social media, had a great entrance, good look, great promos, Scarlett by his sides, and he loses his job. And you go, that's mental, isn't it? That's crazy. So yeah, it's a genuine downer, honestly, when wrestlers lose their jobs, because I just think these people spend so much time training, improving, grafting, working, and then before you know it, you're out. It's harsh, isn't it? It's really harsh. I suppose that's sports, you know? Think about all those players that have done the exact same thing and then, you know, get cut before they even get to make their debut in the NFL or something. There's so many people that get into football here in the UK and they go through the system. And then before they even make it to the Premier League, they might have spent 10 years in the system, going to bed, dreaming of playing for the first team, working their way up. And before they actually get there, they get cut. And, that's it. Go and play for like a team much lower down in lower leagues, maybe not earn too much money. And like they were dreaming of that. They end up with that. Yeah, it's harsh worlds. We've got a new way of only allowing people in the Discord. We've now got an application, says Sonny, for people to sign up. Okay. Well, there we go. The Discord is alive and well for anyone that's interested in jumping over there. Great work by Sonny and Dormouse. J14, hello, my friend. J14 said, it's a pretty decent go home. Not a fan of Jericho Ricochet. MJF Omega should be goods. Yeah, they've got a big show coming up, haven't they? Soon. AEW. Obviously, Jericho not making his way back to WWE, which is a bit of a disappointment. I haven't heard what he's said in his promo. I don't know if he made any little reference to, potentially going elsewhere or anything like that. But got to admit, that was a down. It was a disappointment. I'm not someone that's going to sit here and change my tune. I said that the other day. I'm not going to sit here and go, I didn't want him anyway. I would have liked Jericho to have returned. I was up for it. So that is a bit of a disappointment. But I don't know. Maybe he finds his way back one day. Robbie said there's no concrete evidence that WWE has got involvement in that TNA decision to block talent from wrestling AEW. It could also be AMC's decision. Yeah, that's true. Haven't heard any word as to actually who that was. I think most people are obviously speculating that it was WWE. I could believe it was WWE, but it is true. There's nothing that I've seen that says categorically it was them. But that caused a bit of an outrage, didn't it? Big Time said, Daze, I worry that WWE is straining the TNA relationship. They had a bad PR week. We had taken their titles. We need to put some bandages on the wound, maybe. Throw them a bone. Thoughts? Don't know, to be honest. I mean, that is up for Carlos Silva and WWE to be having negotiations. I feel like if TNA genuinely feel like they're getting a rough end of the bargain, then they obviously just have to pick up the phone and speak to Sean or speak to whoever and, have those kind of communications. As an outside observer, I think the relationship's gone a touch quiet. Don't really see too much TNA involvement on NXT anymore. And I always thought that was a gift, actually, to TNA. I thought that was good for NXT and good for TNA. Obviously, Ariana Grace is their Knockouts champion, so she does kind of carry the belt around as a reminder. I wouldn't say she's like this great talent, though. So I think her being their champion is not particularly a gift. But I don't know, there's probably a fun story there, what with her being the daughter of Santino, right? In regards to Mike Santana, he did feature on that MSG show the other week. So there was a TNA presence there with Mike Santana involved. Could we do something a little more? Yeah, I think we probably could. I certainly wouldn't be against doing something a little bit more than what we're doing at the moment. But I don't know. I mean, I think that the relationship has been pretty good for both. I don't think either side would be too down on it up to this point. I think that they've obviously gone and got themselves a good TV deal with AMC. Ratings for that are a lot better than where they were before. I mean, the bottom line is TNA in a better place now than before this partnership? And I think it's undeniably yes. They are in a better place now than before this partnership happened. Could it be even better? Well, Yeah, probably. Of course, we could have had AJ Styles wrestle on that show. I'm sure there's main roster talent we could let go down to TNA, right? Maybe part of it, and we don't know, I don't know this, but maybe part of it is that WWE might have put a bid in for TNA and said, we will give you main roster talent, we will do all of these things, but we want a controlling stake in the company. Because if we're going to invest in TNA the same way that we are investing in AAA, we don't want to build you up and then our partnership ends and off you go. Like, if we're going to actually put work into you, serious work, like the kind of work I think the fans are looking for, then we don't want to run the risk of this partnership ending and all of that work just going to waste. So I don't know this is true, but if you look at the way that we work with AAA and the fact their shows are streaming on the YouTube channel, main roster talent like Chelsea Green and Penta, Dominic Mysterio, they're all going to AAA. So they're all going over there and working. If you look at what we're doing with AAA, compare it to what we do with TNA, it's very different. And the big difference is that we've got a controlling stake in AAA. We sort of own that company. We do not have that with TNA. So it's different. We can't really compare it to the AAA one. And I do think there's a degree of that at play. So, yeah, it's a battle, isn't it, really? I think WWE want that partnership because it serves a few purposes. It gets some extra talent for NXT. It gives them access to any great talent in TNA that they want to take, like Joe Hendry, like Leon Slater, like Jordan Grace. You know, they can be going in there and going, you know, when your contract's up, come and join us, yeah? Don't go to AEW. Come and join us. So we've got access to that great emerging talent first. So that's a tick. And also it's just great as a way of just sending talent over there, then performing in front of a new crowd, a different audience. And it keeps AEW away. I mean, if WWE wasn't working with them, AEW could come back in and start working with them. So these are the things that WWE get out of it. TNA get out of it having NXT stars coming over, having some of their stars featured on NXT, the belts being featured over there, their name being mentioned a lot as well. I'm sure as well they've got lots that they can talk to about in regards to production and questions and things about, like, you know, you've got this WWE machine that's got, you know, state-of-the-art equipment, knowledge and all that stuff. I'm sure there are things behind the scenes as well that TNA is getting assistance with. So, you know, they're getting all these kinds of things out of it also. I mean, don't forget, they had Javon on their show. We did Leon versus Javon Evans. Was it Slammiversary or Bound for Glory or something not long ago? And so we actually did that match on their show. Trick Williams was their champion. JC Jane, Trick Williams is on the WWE main roster right now. JC Jane is about to go to the main roster. Both of these are recent TNA champions, which is obviously great for them, right? These big stars who maybe weren't as big at the time, but we knew that they were going to go on to big things. So, you know, they get plenty out of it as well. Could they get more? Sure, we can always have that conversation. But I think part of me does wonder if WWE is just holding back a little because they don't have that kind of controlling stake in TNA. Brony said the Randy Cody feud was highly anticipated. Ever since Cody returned 4 years ago, WWE have botched it with the celebs. Do we think this can be fixed or retried in the future? I think the great thing about WWE is it always moves forwards. So there's two answers to this question. Yes, we're going to be fine in the future. WWE has been in bad places in its history. I mean, it's done some stupid stuff. There's been some stupid storylines. You know, you think about the build for like Triple H and Booker T, and you know, some of the stuff that went into that people were so offended by. You know, I mean, then you think of things like bad segments like Katie Vick, right? Or you think about Chris Benoit and about kind of what went down there. You think about some of the scandals that have been rumoured, you know, the Ring Boy scandal, the steroid trial stuff that was kicking off, and Hogan's involvement in that. I mean, Hogan was the biggest star at that time, and he was kind of caught up in this whole steroid trial scandal. And had he been taking steroids, he said he hadn't. Word was coming out he had. You know, all of these things turned the fans against the company to some degree, right? And so we've been through stuff like this before, right? This is a bad storyline choice, right? This actually isn't as bad as some of the things that have happened in the past. This is just like a really wrong turn for a storyline. And maybe, obviously, TKO sticking their nose in where it doesn't belong, that obviously is an added aspect. So my answer based on history would be yes, of course we can move on from this. And of course, because WWE keeps moving forwards, we can fix it. I don't know that they will, but it, you know, we can fix it. We can move on from it. We can always get to a part of the story that's a lot more satisfying. The presentation can be better. Yes, I do very much believe in that. If I didn't think that this was fixable, or if it had been proven in the past to not be fixable, well, we wouldn't be here now, would we? Because there's been many, many times in the past where things have gone in directions people have not enjoyed. And as a result, you know, we would have stopped watching. But you kind of stick with it because you know that the sun follows the rain. You know the light is at the end of the darkness. And so, yeah, this was a misstep. But yes, I think it can be saved. It can be fixed. There's two answers, though, because whilst Pat's involved, it's not going to get fixed for me. And I might only be talking for myself, right? It could just be I'm talking for me. So if that's fine, if that's the case, that's the case, right? I'm nothing if not honest. So I don't expect this to be saved for me. But if they bring Shane McMahon in and Kevin Owens in and really go full steam ahead into a WWE versus TKO story and really, like, you know, have some moments and, you know, kind of talk about how where we are now is not where we should be and they're going to save WWE. I mean, yeah, you could see there being some noise around that. I'm not saying everyone would love it, but I mean, it would certainly be a story, wouldn't it? And it would certainly generate a buzz. So I think that for me, I'm very confident that this can be saved for many of you and that there is a way forwards. And I do understand those people going, just see where it's going. Stick with the story. Like, I do understand those people saying that because history would say that that has worked in the past. It's just the answer for me is I don't see how this gets saved when you've brought in the one person that can really push my buttons more than, you know, anyone else, right? So we'll have to wait and see. But yes, I do think there's a way forward. I would urge that people don't lose all optimism. Just because it can be saved doesn't mean it will be saved. And the other concern is that because TKO stuck their noses in, right, we don't know that they're not going to do that again. I think part of my concern is that if they do save this story, does that give them the confidence in knowing that, okay, we can get involved because we know that we can fix any sort of dramas. We might get involved and it might not work, but we also know that we can fix it the next week because that's exactly what happened with the Pat story. So that would be my concern right now, is that if they do manage to turn this around, which I kind of do hope they do for many of you, does that also have a negative connotation, which is TKO then start thinking, brilliant, we can get involved and we can put celebrities in because we know that there is a way of fixing this if it is a disaster. So I'm very interested to see what they do. But yeah, the great thing about wrestling, and it is genuinely the great thing, is that because it doesn't have an off season, because it just keeps moving forwards, because stories just keep moving, characters get new opportunity. Every week you get a new opportunity to shine. You know, every week you get a new opportunity to take a story into a better direction. Or every week WWE get a new opportunity to kind of fix that frustration that you've got. You just don't know if this is the week where it clicks. Is this the week where the problems get solved? Is this the week where we throw the babies in the air and go, they've cracked it? You know? I mean, we have seen shows previous where we've gone from a 5 out of 10 to an 8 out of 10 the next week. Like, the turnaround can be that quick and it can be that dramatic. And you would hope that these are some of the best creative minds available that are going to have just spent the last week just sitting there staring at the script for this SmackDown going, can I make this better? How do I make this better? How do I deliver a segment that still gets us to where we're going, but is going to please people? We've done the anger people thing. Now we need to please people. Is this it? Is there anything I can do that's better than this right now? And you'd like to think we've got these great minds staring at this SmackDown script and have been for the past 7 days. And we're about to find out what they came up with. So, yeah, I do think it can be saved. Will it be saved? Okay. Here we go. We're getting close. Daze, imagine if WWE had more control of TNA. The ratings on AMC could go to like 550 or 650. Well, yeah, I think that, I think they would start treating it like they do AAA. And I think you would see a healthy bump in ratings. I mean, we don't watch it at the moment. But I mean, if it was going to be a case that like the flipping Intercontinental Championship was going to start being defended on that show, as it is tomorrow on AAA, Penta defends the IC Championship against Vikingo on AAA this weekend, tomorrow night. We're doing that show, all right? We're doing that show. And so, yeah, I mean, of course, if they were going to start doing things of that kind of caliber, then we would start. I mean, to be honest, we've tuned into TNA whenever, like, the NXT Championship has been defended on that show. So even just that level, you know. But I do wonder if there's just that reluctance, that hesitance, because they're worried that they could invest to that kind of a magnitude only to ultimately see TNA go, that's brilliant. Thanks for all these new fans. Bye. And then, off they go. Days after Ray confirmed he's going to be in the ladder match and Gunther's facing Seth. Do we think that Gunther Ray could happen at Backlash? Yeah, I suppose it could. I can't give you a reason as to why they wouldn't do it at Backlash. I suppose it could happen at Backlash, yeah. Steve said, are they going to open the show with the Cody Randy stuff? I would imagine open. I mean, they opened with it last week. I'd imagine they'd want to make as loud a noise as possible. And ideally, I'd imagine they'd want to try and have this story go in a more palatable direction. That way, people might jump in and tune in just to see how it gets fixed, Okay, we've got a minute to go. I genuinely don't know what I think the ratings for this week's SmackDown are going to be absolutely fascinating. Because we know last week was badly received. The question is, do people as a result stay away? Or do they tune in to see how it gets fixed? That's going to be the question. Do you know what? I'm getting a little bit warm now. Now we're getting closer to the show. It's heating up. Oh, no, actually, I've gone cold. Yeah, I don't really... I'm already regretting that. To be honest. Okay. Are they opening with Pat, says John? I don't know, but I haven't heard as to what they're opening with. Do we think Pat's announcement will be a shocker or a letdown, said Alexandra. Do you know what I'm actually going to say? I think it'd be okay. I think that last week was so badly received that I think that if they're going to tease another announcement, another surprise, it's got to be something they've got confidence in that's going to land. Surely. I mean, you can't run the risk of teasing another surprise that bombs. You just can't. You can't. I mean, we really are talking about people walking away at that point. So I think if they are going to tease an announcement, a surprise or something for tonight, and they've had a week to think about it, and they've had a week to think, is this going to land? We saw the reaction from last week. We learned the lesson. Is this going to land? Surely. Surely it does. Surely it's going to be... It might not be mind-blowing, but surely it's going to be something people go, do you know what? Okay, that's okay. I'll take that. I think that's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting to see whatever this is and go, okay, yep. I'm not a fan of this story, but as a development, I'll take that. Okay. That's what I'm anticipating. Wrestle Relic said Cross was offered a contract and Scarlett wasn't. Apparently the money, though, for Cross was low. It wasn't money that made him feel like they had big plans for him or that he was valued. So I think there was something to that as well. But it is true, he was offered one. They didn't offer Scarlett one. I think they might have if he'd have accepted. But I don't think he was looking to accept because I don't think he got what he was looking for. David said, pity we didn't get Obi-Wan Kenobi against Vader. Okay, they're showing the video package of last week. Fuzzy Ball said the women's division needs a powerhouse division for all the women of larger stature. Well, we don't really do that, to be honest. We don't do it for the men. Obviously, you've got your Brocks and your Obers, but they're mixing it up with your Daniel Bryans and your Carmelo Hayeses. So, we've never really... Well, it's not that we've never... In WWE, we've never really divided those. We did used to have a light heavyweight championship. We did have a cruiserweight championship, but it didn't result in, like... division like you see in boxing or division like you see in MMA. You stoner, grifter, Logan Paul without muscles. I mean, the truth is, even as he was saying these words, seemingly the plan was still we were heading to him and Jelly Roll against Pat and Randy. Okay, here's Cody. Cody arriving. Here's Nick. Pat's not here, but he is on the way. Here's Jelly Roll. There's a few boos for Jelly Roll. At the moment, this feels like doubling down, doesn't it? I've been told you can't put your hands on Pat. Jelly Roll's here. Jelly Roll's saying the right things, though. He said, this is about 20 years of you and Randy. Don't let anyone distract you. I mean, fair play. He said what he should have said. We're actually starting with Rhea. I wonder if that was the rewrite. Do you reckon that was the rewrite? Jelly Roll's still featuring in the Open. Probably was how it was always going to be. But maybe what he just said about this is about you and Randy. This is about the 20 years history between you guys. Don't let anyone distract you. I wonder if that was part of the rewrite. Don't know. Well, anyway, we move on. On we move. Rhea Ripley making her way down. She's wearing an EO shirt. Miss Clown said, what's a legend that's not returned that you would like to see? Well, honestly, my answers to that question was always Punk and then AJ Lee. And we obviously have had both of those. As a real kind of out there answer, I'm actually going to say Rick the Model Martel, because I don't think I've ever seen Rick. I don't remember ever seeing Rick come back during any sort of Rumble or during any sort of Raw celebration. He's one of those legends that just went. I used to like him as well with his arrogance. So maybe not quite what you was looking for in regards to like a legend come back and compete in the ring. But he's a legend that I would like to see kind of at like, you know, a Raw anniversary show, or if ever we do another old school Raw, which we haven't done in ages, actually. He'd be good at a Saturday night's main event in the crowd. Okay, here's Rhea. Jared said, Pat's on the way. Yay. Okay, Jade said, you attacked my EO. I need you to come out here. She was in hospital the other day. EO's coming out, though. It's not Jade that's coming out. It's EO that's coming out. The MFers are really going to hold back. What's going to happen? We've got to watch through all this shiz, says Undercover Manager. Okay, well, EO's making her way out. Rhea having a word with EO. Yeah, she's still got a few wounds. Okay. I know you're angry. I know you will get Jade at WrestleMania. Okay, EO wants Jade tonight. EO wants Jade tonight. She is in wrestling gear, actually, so we might be getting that. That's got fans chanting EO. EO says she's sure. EO says she wants Jade tonight. Here's Nick Aldis. You got it. Okay, that's going to be our main event tonight. It's going to be EO Jade in our main events. I'm just a chill girl who loves Rhea Ripley, says that sign. Daze, apparently Rick Martel appeared at Night of Champions. Save Slaughter and Jimmy, Deuce and Dynamo. We need to add that to a members rewatch list. Oh yeah, maybe we do actually. I honestly don't recall that. So yeah, perhaps we do. There's Bailey and Lyra. Oh, I wondered who that was in the background, but I don't think it is anymore. Puppy Crocs. I am going to add that. Okay. Bit of a nothing start. Rhea came out, said, I want Jade. EO comes out and goes, no, I want her. Nick Aldis comes out and go, well, you can have a match tonight. Before that, we had Cody arrive. He got told you can't put your hands on Pat. That's come from above. That's obviously a story. And then you've got Jelly Roll saying, listen, don't let anyone distract you. This is about you and Randy. And that's what we've had so far. Okay. Commercial break. That's where we are. It says NXT will be right back. Great. NXT will be right back. We've got JC Jane, Ethan Page. NXT. Was we watching NXT? Well, there we go. Daze, could Royce Keys debut tonight? They could have him win the Andre Battle Royal next week, yeah? Could his match be the last one tonight? No, I don't think so. They just said that Jade's EO is going to be our main event, but it looks like we are going to be getting his debut tonight. RTX said it's sad that we get this instead of the Fatal 4-Way. Instead of the Fatal 4-Way, what do we mean? Do you mean like we're not going to get EO Asuka? I haven't actually heard any update on that yet as to whether we're getting EO Asuka. I don't know what EO's plans for WrestleMania are. She was meant to be facing Asuka, but as we said earlier, if Nikki doesn't get cleared, the belief is the Kabuki Warriors will end up getting added to that women's tag match instead. And so EO Asuka then would go down probably at Backlash. So, don't know, it is criminal, isn't it? For us to be here, like literally a week to go, and EO is still not officially on the card. I get its injury, but, well, I don't get it, actually. Because why not just do a triple threat? Why not just do Irresistible Forces versus Charlexa versus Bailey and Lyra? Just do that as the match. Why do we have to have that fourth team? I'm sure it looks better to have a team in each corner, but that's not a deal breaker. Or why not just put another team in there? Why not just shove Maxine and someone together? Is there a babyface that's not doing anything that we can just shove with Maxine? Or why don't we put Natalya and Ivy Nile together as a team? Perhaps they can train together. And then we can have Natalya saying that was amazing. Do you want to see if we can win those tag belts and just put them in instead? If you want to have a team in each corner, and then just announce EO Asuka for WrestleMania. We have now switched over from the NXT thing to the SmackDown thing. They've got the right commercial break thing playing now. So yeah, frustrating for Io. Obviously, she can still make it, though, to WrestleMania. We're going to have to wait and see if she does. Big Mix Gaming said legs and thighs save lives. Okay. Hope all is well. Well, it's worth knowing that. Legs and thighs save lives. Big Mix, thank you. We are back to the action. AAA adverts. The triple threat, Io, Rhea, Jade after tonight. Or Rhea will cause Io to lose tonight. Then maybe Io will turn on Rhea at Mania, says Comrades. Sonny said, I've got a large Timmy's. Sonny, shout out to you, buds. Okay, Jade Cargill against Io. Goes down tonight. Undercover Manager said, I'll tell you what we've learned from this whole Io Rhea stuff is at no point will Rhea be heading off to Hollywood, so we are safe from that happening. Okay, here's Bayley. Bayley coming down. I think she's in singles action tonight. Role model. I think I did see actually an announcement earlier that she is in singles action. Daze, what do we think about a 6-man tag match of LA Knight Usos against Speed Logan? Apparently it's opening night 1. It's obviously not, I think, what was plan A. I think that could be a match that's as a result of injuries. There was rumor of Brock LA Knight. Maybe that match is a bit of a victim of Oba getting over so quick that LA Knight ends up finding himself in that. I don't think LA Knight fans are thrilled about him being in that. I don't think there are too many Vision fans that really care. Speed fans are probably happy he's on the show. Obviously, I'm not bothered. And I don't know. I mean, Usos are the tag champs. For me, they should be defending those belts. Feels like it's a way of getting Speed on the show, really, if I'm being honest. So, not a match that I massively care about, but I'm sure some of you out there do. Daze, if they end up not doing Io Asuka because of that Nikki injury, should WWE just book Io Julia for Mania and just explain Julia wants to fight at Mania? Do you know, I wouldn't be down on that, Rapturous. I really wouldn't be down on that. Io Julia would be fantastic. Yes, it would be thrown together. But I think hopefully the match would be so good that, I mean, fans would just accept it, you know. To be honest, when you go back and watch old shows, yes, you get to see a bit of the video package before. But, so you can see the build. But there's a lot of WrestleManias and a lot of shows, certainly the ones I was buying from Car Boots, where I wasn't there for the build. You know, you just watch the actual... There's a lot of matches that I can't even remember the builds for them. You know, so... The builds obviously matter for us now. They get us excited for the matches. But to be honest, I'd be excited for Io Julia anyway. I don't really need much of a build for that. That's a great match. Io fancies trying to get a championship. Rhea's going for a championship. Io fancies a championship. Issues a challenge to Julia. Julia accepts. Match is a banger. Let's go. Yeah, not down on that idea at all. Okay, Alexa and Bayley is what we're getting right now. Don't hate this, you know. It's a nothing match that doesn't matter because these two are going to be competing for the tag titles at WrestleMania. But if you think about the history between these two, if you think about the fact they both came through NXT about 10 years ago, Yeah, fans were behind Bayley. Bayley in the ring. Shoulder tackle. Alexa goes down. This is a match that you could have seen in NXT about 10 years ago. Elbow to the back there by Bayley. Alexa rolls Bayley into a pin. Looking for her sister Abigail. Too early for that move, and I like how Bayley was able to get out of it as a result. It's not a match that means anything, but yeah, I got good vibes to both of these women. Hopefully the ref can count this week, because he got cursed last week, and the curse last week for wrestlers, so why not? And the curse always lasts a week. Radiated Zombie, Danhausen actually, I believe, after SmackDown uncursed the ref. So there was a segment where the ref got uncursed. So it's a good point that you just made. Right now, Bayley getting smash face first into the ring. Alexa, I don't know what we're doing here. A bit of a dance. A little bit of a dance. Sean Ross Sapp said Royce Keys' opponent tonight is gonna be... Do people want to know? I don't even know if I should say. It's not that exciting. Obviously, this is going to be the debut match for Royce Keys. They want him to look good. Yeah, apparently he's going to be facing... If you don't want to know, take the sound down. He's going to be facing Berto. They've been working dark matches together. They're probably thinking that there's a good chemistry that's there as a result. RTX said, if we don't get Drew, Jacob, Cody, Randy, instead we get one-on-one matches, yeah. Both not very inventive. This is what I meant with my last super chat. Oh, right, you was talking more about that. Okay. Yep, there was a lot of frustration at that. It's Randy kind of taking Drew's place. I mean, Drew carried that championship, didn't he, throughout a lot of this year. Got very close to the dance. Very close to WrestleMania. Only to then find himself not in that main event. I totally understand why people were frustrated at that. There's a Lily doll. That's Fana's got right there. She's cheering away as Alexa fights back. That's kind of fun. She was really, really behind Alexa there. She's got her Lily doll in her hands. This is my town, says Bayley. Okay, Alex says, love you, bud. Thank you for all the hard work. And get that damn chair, said Alex. Well, Alex, thank you. You might have noticed I've not been moaning about it. I've had other things to moan about. But, yeah, it's not been reduced down in price. I need to just keep an eye out for it. It will go back down, but genuinely, I think the difficulties with shipping and, you know, all that kind of stuff has probably resulted in prices staying a bit higher, a bit longer. So I will get it sorted, but I will get it sorted. It's still absolutely... I mean, it is literally falling apart. This arm now is like doing this. So, I mean, it's got to get sorted. But I think you guys, you get more moaning out of me than you should, really. I don't think you need that as well. That's my go-to for when things are really good and I need something to moan about. The chair's my go-to. So, Alex, shout out to you, my friends. Midget Menace. Hello, buds. Said, do we think that Kyrie is going to interfere tonight to help Io, since Io has been trying to give her a pep talk against Asuka? Well, I think... I don't know that she will interfere to help. What I could believe, because we saw this previous, is Asuka bring Kyrie down to try and cost Io. You might remember, I think, was it last week that's what we did. So, yes, I think you are correct. I think it's a very good shout to say that, okay, we're getting Jade against Io. Are we about to see Kyrie, Asuka involvement If we do, does that move us to the match? Do we get that match announcement? I think people are really hoping that that's what we get. Dropkick there by Alexa. People, I think, really do want to see Carmelo not miss out on Mania. I think people are obviously hoping an EO match gets added, and that is the match, you know. So, yeah, we could end tonight's show with that being announced, and that would be well received. Shoulder up by Bayley. Eric said, screw Drew, kept on screwing himself by getting involved in Cody's Rumble and the matches. So even though he lost and wasn't supposed to fight Drew, Drew brought it upon himself, said Eric. I think that's, honestly, I think you can look at it that way. Over goes Bayley, Alexa in the corner. Black Onyx, hello, said the chat box is frozen. Okay, thank you. We can fix that. We can fix that. Okay, 2 count as Alexa gets her shoulder up. Bayley going to the outside. Obviously, we've got Lyra out there. We've got Charlotte out there. Both in each of their partners' corners. Alexa trying to grab Bayley. Bayley upside down. Alexa, nice. Coming over, delivering a drop kick. Bayley is down. Alexa going to the outsides. She's looking to climb up. Bayley comes over. Forearm shot there by Bayley. Shot coming back there by Alexa. Looking for a... It looked like Alexa was going for a DDT. I think Bayley thought it was a suplex. Bayley seemed to sort of try to shift her body weight over. She's holding her knee. Yeah, that move didn't really go to plan, did it? Yeah, it looked like confusion between was it a DDT or was it a suplex? There does appear to have been some confusion in that moment. Bayley is showing signs of frustration. I hope this is not an injury for her. She showed some signs of frustration there. Right now. 1, 2, no joy. 2 count there for Alexa. Bayley coming over, rolling through. 1, 2, kick out by Alexa again. Bayley down, Alexa coming over. Taking Bayley over, going for the pin. Bayley grabbing the ropes. Oh, okay. Right now, I don't know what's gone wrong there, but now Alexa is grabbing her. She's just saying a few words. Both Bayley and Alexa just momentarily kind of caught in the corner a little bit. Neither had like much room to work. I wonder, do you know, it's crazy, but there are parts of this match that feel like we're seeing evidence of the lack of house show chemistry, even amongst these really experienced performers. 1, 2, shoulder up there by Alexa. Alexa gets her shoulder up. Boos are ringing out from the fans. Do they feel like that was a 3? It might have been. It might have been. I've seen close. I've seen ones that definitely are 3s. Alexa gets put back in the ring. Big Mig said yes. I think it is the lack of house shows that are ruining performances, said Big Migs. Well, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, even amongst these really experienced talents, we're seeing a few moments that seem a little bit off. Alexa rolls up Bayley. Bayley was distracted. Alexa gets the pin and the win. So there was just some momentary distractions. And it is victory for Alexa. Let's get match scores. If you take your eye off the ball, you pay the price. Imagine if we got Demon Finn against Aleister Black. Oh, yeah, Connor, I'd be down for that. That could be pretty fun if we could get that in the future. Okay, they're just showing us last week, Sami and Carmelo. This caused a bit of heartache last week. Sami capitalizing on a moment. Okay, so here's Trick with Little Yachty. We're backstage with Carmelo. There's Matt Cardona. Matt Cardona's saying it's going to take you a while to get that WrestleMania moment. It's kind of fun seeing Mello and Trick again. Carmelo said, I hope you do win at WrestleMania. I hope you do win at WrestleMania because I'll be coming for you on that other side. I think Danhausen should win the Andre Battle Royal by having the last 4 be him and 3 people that he's cursed, says Joe and Ollie. They could then all eliminate them each other. That's a good idea. Okay, Trick against Matt Cardona tonight. Right, tonight we've got this segment hanging over us like a black cloud. Why can't Nick Aldis not add Carmelo to the Sami Trick match? I don't know. Ronnie said, WWE always claims record-breaking numbers, but at the peak of Andre Hogan or Rock Austin in today's money, would they be bigger in terms of record-breaking because wrestling had 7-8 million watching? Well, it's hard to compare, honestly, because it was a very different time, wasn't it? Back then, we didn't have like the internet. We didn't have all these different options. I mean, if you was to run those segments now, I don't know what they would get. I mean, what I do know is that I think still the biggest TV rate in wrestling ever got was Andre Hogan, which was like 30-something million viewers. I think that segment got like 28 million. I mean, if you think the average for last week's SmackDown was 1.5, 28 million viewers for that segment is, I mean, it's just different world, isn't it? This is why it's so hard to compare. Because it just didn't have, like, this, I mean, YouTube and TikTok and streaming and, all these different channels. Back then, everyone was so focused on just a few channels. And as a result, something as big and as noisy as Hogan Andre, the rematch live on TV, doing an absolutely mind-blowing number. So I believe that's still the pinnacle. And I don't see that getting beat. I don't see that ever getting beat. We just live in a very different world now where it's just, everyone's got the ability to kind of really focus on their niche, their interest. If you're into Pokemon, you can just go on YouTube and just watch videos of Pokemon all day. Or you can go onto Amazon Prime, or you can go on Netflix, or you can go on Disney Plus, or you can go on HBO Max, and do you know what I mean? Play a video game now, which, you know, take 300 hours to complete. So it's a very different world. M. Power Warren said, someone loses, immediately goes to another segment with a different tone. Something dramatic happens. 0 time to process. It's just next segment, says M. Power Warren. I can hear that. Yeah, I can hear that. Not really selling what we just had. Just quick on to the next thing. Yeah, I can hear that. Abdullah said, after the last SmackDown being the lowest rated and the SmackDown before that being disastrous, is this how they're going to start today? WWE seems to just not care or just do the show for the sake of it. Honestly, I think they genuinely feel like this. I mean, we probably shouldn't be too surprised that WWE can't just magically pull out an amazing show, because yes, we want to go into SmackDown believing that they're going to do that. But it's not like before last week or the week before these SmackDown was amazing. It's not like we were getting 7 out of 10, 7.5, and then we hit a couple of bad weeks. I mean, I think the truth is, if you look at the scores we've given to SmackDown in 2026, it's like 5, 5.5, 5.75, maybe a 6, back down to 5. I mean, it's been, there's a pattern of consistency that shows something is fundamentally wrong. So yes, we had some really bad shows over the past, especially bad. I think at the moment, I don't know about you, there's not really too much to be like angry about, but at the moment there's not too much we've had that I think is going to really be exciting many people. Feels like we've gone maybe from those disastrous 0s and 2s to, I don't know, 4, 5, something like that again. We're just sort of back to where SmackDown has been at the moment. So, but we're only half an hour in, so let's see. Okay, here's Drew. Okay, he's actually in a prison. This is a good vignette by Drew. You're a convict? Look at this, they've actually recorded in a prison. This is great. Ooh. Yeah, this is great. It's actually, in a way, making Jacob look even more like a badass, with Drew saying you belong in here because you're an animal. And then they keep, like, cutting to Jacob and he's all crazed. Here we go. Nice. Great line. Great line. I think everyone's score for SmackDown just increased. Yeah, what's Jacob got to say in response? I don't think this was the right follow-up to that great segment. We just had a great vignette. And then Jacob just seemed a bit wishy-washy in his response. Here's Solo, though. This could be interesting. We're not doing this today, Solo. Isn't this where you got your teeth knocked out your mouth? Yeah, we haven't really been talking about that so much, have we? Was it Tama? Okay, so are we going to get Jacob Tama, are we? Okay. I love Solo. I think it's funny, said Adam. I feel like it was Solo that issued that. I still don't think it was Drew, said Alex. I knew it was Tama, said Jar Jar. I'm not sure it was Tama. I still think it was Randy, personally. But, oh, Royce Keys, here we go. Oh, I think they showed this on their YouTube channel. I sort of don't mind these off-site vignettes, though. I think they're really good. I mean, we just saw a great one from Drew, and now we've got this from Royce. Yeah, it's a good vignette, this. My grandma allowed us to dream big. God, do you know what we're getting a glimpse at? Some character development, some character depth. Actually digging into who these people are, where they come from, what their motivations are. Love the Drew one. Love this Powerhouse Hobbs one. Has there been a match yet? Yeah, we had Bailey against Alexa. We can actually get the result of that now, so we don't get too confused. Okay. Good 92 is what our opening match got. Good 92. Royce Keys then makes his appearance tonight. There he is. He's going to be in action next. His story is very real, said Wrestle Squash. If used correctly, he could be a huge star. We had a QR code that just flashed up. Do we know what that was for? Seemed to have some people in the background, maybe for tickets or something. Right now we've got Shawn Michaels. Do we know what that was? It felt like it was tickets or something. It's for WWE Club, said Radiate Zombie. It's probably Club WWE. I would expect that to be the case, yes. Obviously we need some confirmation of that. Vince would put him in the New Day, said Trollface. Well, I did wonder if they were going to do that. I didn't know as to what the plan for him was going to be. But, well, we start that journey tonight. It is Club WWE, said Steve. What shows then when you actually scan it? Well, actually, we're at commercial break again. What shows if you actually scan it? Sonny, shout out to you. Becoming a member. Appreciate it, buds. We could maybe sneak in a couple of pre-show Mania matches like Tamara or Solo. Well, I think the countdown shows are like 3 hours long, so yeah, well, we absolutely could sneak some in. I'm definitely down for that. Definitely down for that. It doesn't really show anything, said Wrestling Fan. It's just an advertisement that doesn't really say anything. Okay. Thank you. The Shawn documentary will be on Netflix for the US. Will it be in the UK? I mean, I would imagine so. If it's going on to Netflix, then their agreement with Netflix is global, isn't it, for like Raw and everything? So I would imagine it will. I think Royce Keys is going to join Randy, said Joshua. Okay. It's a trailer for Club, and it says absolutely nothing, says the Ribs. Thank you. Daze, I got a question. What would happen if Danhausen cursed someone, but they held a mirror up when he did? Would he end up cursing himself? Well, I would imagine he would. Yeah. I mean, the person he'd be looking at in the mirror would be him. So I'd imagine it would bounce off that and come back to him. I don't know if someone's done that before. But if not, it'd be worth doing. Okay, we are at commercial break. We've just got the little thing at the moment. All right, here is an image. Apparently, did you have this? Here is what is shown. I'm going to take the sound down. Exclusively on Club WWE. Obviously, we've seen the trademark filings, so the belief is that this is discount on merch, discount on tickets. That's I don't know what that means. Exclusively on. I don't know if they're going to have some interest in extra content or something. I mean, I'm interested, of course. But I'm sure many of you are interested as well. So, I mean, I'm interested in this thing. To be honest, I just want to know what it is. But I'm already in. You've got me. What is it? Where do I sign up? What do I get? How much is it? If it's only discount on tickets, that ain't gonna work for me, brother, because I don't need them. So what else is there? Yeah, talk to me. It's all well and good being cryptic, but just give it to me straight. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Royce Keys should be coming up. Okay, also tonight, Matt Cardona, Trick Williams, Jacob Fatu against Tama Tonga. Without being too complainy, does anyone else feel like this just feels like a pretty standard SmackDown, not like a week before WrestleMania? You know what I mean? Like Trick Williams against Matt Cardona. Tama Tonga against Jacob. Io against, like, Jade's. Which is fine. I mean, Jade's the women's champion. That's our main event. But, I don't know. Just feels a little bit, like this could be June. Or it could be, like, September. Doesn't scream WrestleMania season. Here we go then. Here's Royce Keys. think this was the same music. I do remember that eye. Obviously, they're not saying Powerhouse Hobbs anymore. Royce Keys comes out. Making his way down to the ring. I'm not crazy about the camera work. I feel like the camera... And again, what are we doing? What was we doing with the camera? Is that what they wanted? If that was by design, it looked rubbish. The overall presentation is fine. Don't hate the music. Don't hate the graphics. He's obviously a big guy. He's got a decent look. I am surprised that he didn't just come flying out the corner, though, because he was kind of back in the corner like he was ready to go. I was expecting him to just go, whoa, and then he just walked. Well, here we go. Royce Keys in action on SmackDown. Going for a clothesline. Down goes Berto. Berto. Plants him. I don't think this is going to be very long. It's a rubbish entrance, and that was terrible camera work, said Gaddy Shack. Okay, he's backing over into the corner, charges in. Berto rolls out the ring, goes to the outside. Berto with Angel. In the corner goes Royce. What do you think about Triple H throwing Vince under the bus to Nick Khan and trying to influence Mark Shapiro to instruct AE? Crazy Vince gave him so much for him to do him dirty. I think it is difficult. Honestly, I just think it's a difficult situation. I think he did do a lot for them, but I think the allegations against him are very loud. I think Vince was quite power hungry, as you can imagine. Fall away slam there by Royce. And I think we were probably at the point where, like, Steph and Triple H had had enough. So I think there's a lot of facets to it, to be honest. Royce Keys collides into Berto. Berto goes up in the corner. Chops coming in there by Royce. Berto in the corner. Clothesline. Down goes Angel. Straps are coming down here by Royce. Spinebuster to Berto. 1, 2, 3. Royce Keys gets the win. Royce Keys gets the win, picks up the victory. Look fine. Pretty much what you would have expected. Let's get a poll up, shall we? See what people thought about that. Spinebuster is what he wins it with. Royce Keys gets a decent reaction from the fans. Okay, Pat arrives. Here's Nick Aldis. Here's Jelly Roll. Who's in the background? Is that Aleister Black in the background? There's someone standing by that blue thing. I don't know what I'm watching. I seriously don't know what this is. I'm watching Jelly Roll stepping up to Pat, and I'm... Where's Tom Brady, said Jojo. Okay, the most interesting part of that was there was someone in the background. I think it was Aleister Black. I think Aleister Black was in the background. So I don't know if we are bringing him in the story or I don't know. I don't think Aleister Black's the... How big is Aleister Black? In my mind, Aleister Black's not the tallest of guys. 1.8 meters in feet. 1.8 meters is 5'9". So if these numbers are correct for Aleister Black, 1.8 meters tall is 5'9". That wouldn't make sense with the comments that have been made previous about how we're trying to save the business from smaller guys, you know, people smaller than 6 foot. And then Aleister joins up with Randy. But he's a heel. So I can't see him joining up with Cody. So I don't know. Perhaps he's just watching. If they had Jelly and Pat feud and leave top guys like Cody Randy alone, I would not utter a complaint. But they intend to ruin the Cody Randy feud, said Jesse. Jelly Roll Pat, says Connor. Mr. 4D said, I love how Jelly Donut just shoved the GM. Okay, well, we're going to be getting to this segment soon as we are back. We're at commercial break right now. Get in your match scores for the Royce Keys match. What did you think about the Royce Keys match? Was you impressed with what you saw? Daze Hebner said, I think they're teasing Pat Jelly Roll for SummerSlam. That could be a match of epic proportions, said Daze Hebner. I think involving Aleister might have just been the thought of getting Randy to listen to the voices, maybe alternative voices. Maybe he's just there to stir it, says Gaddy Shack. Maybe. Aleister was also in the opening segment with Cody and Nick. Oh, was he? Oh, I didn't see that. Can't say I noticed him in the opening bit, so well spotted. Well, I wonder what he's doing then. Actually, amazingly, the people that I follow, Sportskeeda, people like that, no one's talking about Aleister being in the background. I must admit, I didn't see him earlier, so... PJ said, Daze, how are you? I'm still excited for WrestleMania. Yeah, it'll be a very sorry state of affairs if we stop getting excited for WrestleMania. Even if you're not into a certain story, there's still plenty to be occupied with. I don't think anyone's down on Ober Brock. I don't think anyone's worried about that. I think CM Punk was fantastic on Monday as well. I think the vignette we got for Drew Jacob was excellent also tonight. So Okay. Sunny says, I'm still munching on poutine. Oh. Okay, here is Powerhouse Hobbs or Royce Keys. I'm again distracted by who's in the background. Who's in the background? There's two people in the background, but I can't make out who they are. Who are they? Who's in the background? Royce Keys. Okay, here's Solo. Solo says he runs things around Smack. Does he? Were those people in the background people we needed to pay attention to? Right, here we go. Good luck, everyone. Hold on to your loved ones. Okay, he puts his fingers up to the crowds, and we actually get a black screen as a result. I think it was just fake police, said Chris. Okay. Solo says he's in charge. Is he right in SmackDown? Yeah, it's his fault. Blimey now, I wouldn't want to take responsibility for this like he just did. They're really leaning into this. He's protected by the powers that be. Mr. 4D said, this is the new Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, this generation's Rocky is going to suck. Huddle Talk, shout out to you, buds. They cut to a black screen earlier when he's put his fingers up. He's just done it again and they haven't cut to a black screen then. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps it was just a technical problem. He's in there on his own, you know. There's no Randy in there with him. He's come out on his own. We've got some CM Punk chants. Did you like when he called me Pat McAfee? Okay, here's the When that TKO match, check. What are we doing? What? I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing. Please buy my book, says Sonny. Thank you. Is this Make-A-Wish? Am I watching Make-A-Wish? Is this Pat's Make-A-Wish? I would love to get in the ring and cut a promo. If I was that guy in the crowds, I'd be like, whatever. Well, you haven't decided to get to the point very quickly, have you? If you want to help us out, blooming hell, just get to the point. How is this making any sense? They're saying that Pat has managed to get a 25% off. Well, WWE have dropped the prices by 25%. And apparently it's Pat that's responsible for that. So are we meant to be cheering Pat? Don't ask me what we're doing. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know. I don't know what this is. Is there any pill? I don't know what tablets I've got. I'm just going to take everything. What are these? I don't even know what these are. I'm going to have one of these. Can I mix that with this? Will I feel something if I do? Is he still going? I think it's still happening. I'm going to lie down. Do you know what? I'm just going to lie down. That's better. I feel like I'm in therapy. I feel like I'm actually in therapy. It's like, where did it go wrong? Where did it all go wrong? And you're like, well, it's a good question. It's a good question. Okay, well, it might be getting a bit better. Cody's here. I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said at the end. I'm sure it was really insightful. I'm sure it was brilliant. I think it's... Whatever he said at the end has probably just saved this whole story. But here's Cody. Is that a new low? I don't know. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea why they've just had Pat announce that he is responsible for ticket prices going down. I have no idea. Perhaps the backlash to him was so great. But then why did he come out sticking his fingers up? Why? I was going to say perhaps the backlash was so loud that he was like, I need to give something back here. Let me be the person that reduces the ticket. But then why did he come out sticking his fingers up and insulting everyone? I don't know. Greater minds than mine maybe will be able to tell you why we just had Pat announce the tickets are down. Why didn't Cody do it? Why didn't Cody do it? I just don't know. It's like I just don't know. I don't know what's happening. What did people expect to pivot? I thought they would lean in and double down, said Robbie. Okay, Cody's in the ring. Let's see what Cody's got to say. Cody's in the ring with a microphone. I'm going to go on a limb and say I don't think you belong here, says Cody. You can do anyone's entrance. You can have some pyro. Whoever put you here, you can say thank you, Daddy. Again, reminder, apparently we're going to Backlash and this being a tag match. I just don't need this exchange. Just punch him. Punch him in the face. Kick him in the balls. Do both. Do all of it. Squeeze his nipples. I don't give a flip. This is a rah-rah speech from Cody. These aren't marks. They're customers. Again, reminder, this is heading to a tag match. Really what we're seeing is Pat going off on the fans, Cody sticking up for them. We are going to score this segment, by the way. Cody says, everyone here is in agreement with one thing. They want to see Randy. They don't want to see you. Go home. Cody goes to walk away. I've got a feeling that, is Pat going to say something back? I think they're really hoping this is going to build heat on him, and heat where you want to see him in a match. Final Boomer said, we were cursed, and I'll pay lots of human monies for Danhausen's help right now, says Final Boomer. Final Boomer, shout out to you, buds. Oh yeah, what's the surprise? He's already announced this. That's already been announced online. He's already said that. I hope we get to see the Wyatt 6 tonight, said Zippy. Well, the question was asked, what are they going to do? Are they going to pivot? Are they going to double down? And the answer was they double down. This is a story. This is them getting heat on Pat. This is Cody sticking up for the fans. And this is us moving to Backlash, where we're going to get that tag match. Cody gets out the ring, walks away. Pat says a few more words. Looks like Cody's taking his jacket off. Okay, Randy's on the Titantron. You're forgetting something. What's happening? Jelly Roll's been attacked. Not Jelly Roll. Not Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll's been attacked, guys. Guys, it's going to be really difficult for a lot of you to process and like deal with the emotion, but this is why we've got such a great community, because we can support each other. Jelly Roll has been attacked. I just want you to remember, this is obviously not real. We didn't see him get attacked, so he's going to be okay. Right now we got Randy attacking Cody. Kick coming in there by Randy. Cody going over to the corner. Shots coming in there by Randy. Randy's holding Cody and just... I mean, even as McAfee just took a shot at Cody, we actually cut away in that moment. I mean, I didn't need to see it. But a very strange time to cut away. This is really bad. I didn't expect anything less than this, so I can't be mad, said Brony, but I am just disappointed. Well, look, we're gonna score the segment. I mean, obviously, I don't know how people reacted. We knew this was not going to work for me. They've doubled down. We've not pivoted. It's not like Pat's come out and said he's done, he's gone. We even know the rumor that this is heading to a tag match. The hope is going to be that people care. That's the hope. The hope is going to be that you are engaged in Pat as a heel. Shot there by Randy. Using the belt as Cody goes down. There we go. That was a 20-odd minute segment of rubbish. Okay, well, mercifully, it might finally be coming to an end. That was 20-odd minutes, yes. I think the truth is that we rant and we've raved, and WWE have had a week, and this is what they've replied with. This is what they've responded with. So, honestly, ranting and raving clearly sends a message that we're engaged, and that's the honest answer. By ranting and raving, by getting all upset, by typing loads of stuff online. It seems like WWE have interpreted that as being, yes, but they're engaged, they care, it's, you know, any engagement is positive. So for me, that is, we can't fall into that trap again. They're not getting the message. The message is we don't like this. The message, it's not please use this as a story. We don't like this. Please continue to give us more. I thought it was pretty loud and pretty clear, but for whatever reason, man, they're not pivoting. They're doubling down. And there's no reason. And what was this great surprise? Do you remember this massive surprise? I got a massive surprise. I mean, obviously the show has not ended. We've still got an hour and a half to go. But I mean, I mean, we know our main event is EO against Jade. I mean, I don't know. Perhaps the massive surprise was the tickets being reduced. Perhaps the big surprise was 25% off. Perhaps that was the big surprise. Surprise. I don't. If someone can explain as to why we had Pat do it rather than Cody. You know, Cody coming out saying, like, if you're going to be at WrestleMania, these fans deserve a reduction. I've done whatever I can to get these prices down, and you know, there's an agreement that there's going. But why was it through Pat, the heel, the guy that's sticking the fingers up to the fans? Don't know. Get your scores in anyway. What did you think about it? Maybe it's just me that wasn't feeling it. Perhaps you lot really enjoyed it. David said, at this point, you could have told me that the ghost to Hogan was the voice on the phone and I would have enjoyed it more. David, shout out to you, but do you know what? I'm actually going to apologize. That segment, I think was always going to be difficult for me. And I mean, it would have been okay if it had been, majority of it had been carried by, say, Cody and Randy. If Cody and Randy had carried the bulk of that and there was just a little bit of Pat in there, a bit of Jelly Roll in there, I would have been obviously more engaged with it. We just had a 20-minute segment, which was pretty much predominantly Pat just waffling, just going off. And, obviously that massive surprise was teased. I can only imagine that was the ticket reduction, which is not any benefit to me or many of you because we're not going. So obviously it's a benefit to TKO because they're desperately trying to shift tickets. So that is, I'm guessing what the big surprise was. But with word coming out earlier today that we're heading towards that tag match at Backlash, yeah, this is why we went into this show worried. Because if that is still the direction, how are they gonna deliver any kind of pivot that's going to work for people if we've got to build to Pat and Jelly being involved in a match? Maybe it's just a case that as of right now, we're just locked in and we can't pivot. Perhaps we just cannot pivot. I don't know, man. That segment last week was one of the worst segments I'd ever seen. And then people came out online and said they felt the same. I don't have any reason to tell you why what we just saw was not as bad. So, but get your scores in, get your thoughts in, and we'll see what you lot thought. That should be it, though, for that. And now we can get back to the broadcast. Okay, no, we're backstage with Pat and Randy a little bit more. We got a little bit more. Okay, Matt Jason said a celeb in each corner in the main events. Joe said, mark my words, Stone Cold is going to help Cody. Okay, they're getting into this vehicle and... Ned Blossom, shout out to you, my friends. Jack said it was a pretty good segment and the live crowd were booing. WWE has always used celebs. IWC are mostly wrong, says Jack. Uncle Rebel said, why can't we just have nice things? Why can't we just have the nice things that we already had? Mr. Full D said, can we agree TKO is officially killing wrestling? Well, we spoke about why they're doing it. We spoke earlier about the synergy with ESPN. I think people understand that thought process. But, yeah, this is where we are. Okay. Daze when Cody said there was once a great promoter. I thought he was going to shout out Tony Khan, said Big Tony K. Al Foxy said, I was going to be into it if they cut Pat out the story with a beatdown. Maybe have Cody brutalize him. It's weird that they're just keeping this going. Sean Ross Sapp said that the Pat announcement was the WrestleMania tickets being reduced. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that kind of felt like, where was the big announcement? So, yeah, I can believe that was the only thing that was really announced. So, yeah, that must have been it. Okay, they're just looking back at CM Punk and what he said on Monday, and we've got a graphic for him and Roman. Okay. I think Russo wrote that segment, said Porky Pig. Here's Jacob. For the small amount of people who see Pat and Jelly as a good addition, can you explain what you like about it? No disrespect, but I'm just genuinely curious, says J14. Here's Jacob then. Jacob making his way down. Jacob going to be in action. He's taking on Tama Tonga. Should be a good match. Jacob versus Tama Tonga. Okay, let's get a... I don't know if we can get this to 500, but if you haven't voted, get your votes in. Get your votes in. Daze, they just stole the title. Big drama. Big drama. The title has been stolen. Tama blatantly is going to turn soon, said Pete Ivy. When are we doing the WrestleMania predictions? Doing those tomorrow. My plan is to get those done tomorrow. We're going to sell tickets for only 75% instead of 100%. You're welcome, says Corey. This match will be boring, said Laxo. Jared said, in other words, Rock is not available, so we've got Pat pretending to be the Rock. Zaya said, Cody, I'd have him beat up Pat. Cody says, you're right. You're not going home. You're going to hospital. So that's what Zaya would do. Zaya 2908, shout out to you. Another commercial, yes. We're at another commercial. Mohammed said, what was that? Cody again down against the punk-ass Pat and Randy. They're showing again that someone was behind them. The dummy champ is the Rock Cena story last year. We need a new story, says Mohammed. Where are we on the vote? Oh, we could do it, actually. We need another 27 votes if you haven't voted. Get your votes in. I've got a question. What headphones do you use? Where do you plug them in that you can hear the desktop audio and your microphone audio? Oh, I've got two computers. So I've got the computer I stream on, and then I've got a computer, just a cheap couple of £100 thing that I just watch Netflix on. And I did that because I didn't want to have to watch Netflix and stream out using the same computer. So yeah, I've got that over there, and I've got this one over here. So I've got three screens. I've got two screens here. One where I can see what you can see. One where I can see behind the scenes. And then also X. And then over there I've got Netflix. So I've got three screens. And you know, again, we speak about how donations go back to the channel. It's your donations that have helped kind of get us to where we are. When I first started, I didn't have a proper chair. I didn't have a proper desk. I just had a sofa, a little fold-up table, and my laptop. And I was having to do everything with that. And as time has gone by, just added, you know, different things to it. So that's kind of my setup now. So yeah. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Are we up for? Need to get a few more. Okay, Miz wants to know what's being done. The man was cursed. Okay, Kit Wilson said there needs to be consequences. All right. Kit Wilson, Danhausen match. Okay. Danhausen in action then. That's how they're going to try and cheer people up. 4 more votes. Jacob in the ring. Danhausen, Kit Wilson said DF2. Okay, Jacob waiting for Tama to make his way down. Wow, checking it off. Jacob versus Tama. Right, we are past the halfway point. I missed. Hi, Daze. It's bad. The segment score. If KO did the same talking, I'd be okay with him. I think Pat's the main issue, says Mohammed. Christopher said, also, Pat is apparently going to take over the UFC White House show. Is he? Yeah, TKO, love him. Willow said, can I get a happy birthday? Yeah, happy birthday, Butts. Hope you had a good day. Shout out to you. Danhausen should curse Pat, said Suzanne. Laxo said, is that your real background? Well, it's my real background. As backgrounds go, this is my actual background. Okay. We've managed to get over 500 votes. Let's have a look, shall we? 65% bads. Bad 65. Do I have last... What was it? I can't remember what it was last week. I have to take a while for me to find last week's segment score. I mean, obviously that's low. Is it as low as last week? Shot coming in there by Tamatonga. Okay, so last week it was bad 60. This week it's bad 65. We had 658 votes last week. This week we had, I think it was 520. So a little bit down on the amount of votes we had last week, but still not a bad amount of votes. So yeah, last week's opening segment that caused all that hoo-ha, 60% bads. And they just followed it up with a 65% bads segment. My thoughts on it are, just to put a bow on it, as Tama goes into this commentary table, and actually that's good timing because we're just going to a commercial break. But my thoughts on it are that, clearly complaining, voicing your frustration, clearly that has not responded in us changing course. Clearly, that is not something WWE are concerned about or worried about. So, moaning about it is not going to do anything. Complaining about it is not going to do anything. And you're kind of left with, well, what's left? What is left? I mean, the only thing to do is to just not tweet about it. Not, you know what I mean? Not give it the oxygen. That's the only thing I can think. I mean, the alternative is to stop watching the show. I mean, that's the other kind of thing that you're left with. But obviously, I don't want to be doing that. And I don't think that the whole show is worth skipping, I mean, we've had some really good vignettes tonight. I really enjoyed that Drew vignette, and I enjoyed the Royce Keys vignette. We might be about to get Danhausen in a match as well. So, I mean, it's not even like it's the whole show that's terrible that I want to skip. But, like, Yeah, didn't need that segment. That's not the segment that we were looking for. So if you're down on it, I sympathize. I feel it with you. If you enjoyed it, then good. It worked, or it's clearly working for you. Okay, we're staying with the action, even though we're at commercial break. We'll try and get to, I want to make sure I'm on top of super chats. Yes. Okay, let's get to some comments. Alfie said, I feel for Randy and Cody. Neither of them wanted interference in the feuds. This should have been built on the history between them. Pat and Jelly being used is ruining it for us that have waited for ages. Danhausen can wrestle, said Dak. Right now, who gave Pat the right to walk away with Cody's title, says Rosemary. They didn't, it's theirs. He didn't win it yet, says Rosemary. Official Hooligan Vinny said, just tune out that match. Send them the message through the rating, says Official Hooligan Vinny. I hear that. Mr. Full D said, I wonder if they just add Pat to help Cody get more cheers over Orton so that he will get more support when he wins at Mania. Well, if that is the reason why, you know, I've obviously been fine with Cody. I've not, like, you know, jumped off the bandwagon. But it's just not worth it. It's just, there's so many ways I think we could have gone to have achieved that. Like, this is not worth it. I believe the reports when they say the reason for this was driven to get better synergy with ESPN. Like, I think I could see there being some truth to that. So I think there probably is something in that. Okay, shot coming in. Shots being exchanged between Tama and Jacob as we're back from commercial break. Poppy Croc said, SmackDown's in London on the 20th. You've got to get your tickets. Oh, I'm okay, thank you. We will stream it. But I can't say I'm in a rush to get tickets. Clothesline. Sent on there by Jacob. Jacob charging over, colliding into Tama. Jacob is climbing up. Headbutts coming in there by Jacob. Tama slumps down. Charging in again. Jacob collides into Tama. Okay. Down goes Jacob. Tama, double underhooks. Drives Jacob down, tries to turn him over. 1, 2. Ooh, close. Close to being a 3. Close to being a 3. Jacob down. Daze Triple H is making Pat say things about him. I don't know what he is doing. As I've said before, he never listens. What will he do even after giving discounts? This is still going to be one of the lowest WrestleMania attendance, says Abdullah. Well, I don't think it was his decision to reduce the ticket prices. I think that's come from TKO to reduce those ticket prices. To shoulder up. Jacob gets that shoulder up. This is what I'm saying. Do we think the Roman CM Punk match for the World Heavyweight Championship could be added as a Bloodline Rules match? I don't think so. Not envisaging that happening. Roman said, you know, to the family, you can have CM Punk, but at WrestleMania, he's mine. So that would sort of go against that. Nice moonsault there by Jacob. Going for the cover. 1, 2, 3. Jacob gets the win. Jacob gets the win. Aaron said, I'm excited for Mania, but something needs to change in the company. I don't know what I'll do after Raw on the 21st, but I will support this channel, said Aaron. Well, Aaron, thank you, my friends. It's hard sometimes to see the positives, but there are some good things happening in the company. Oh, here's Drew. Here's Drew. Drew gets in, collides into Jacob. Kick coming in there by Jacob. Oh, Claymore. Jacob goes down. Jacob gets thrown outside the ring. Drew grabbing Jacob. He's looking to hurl him into those ring steps. Drew with a chair. Chair shot by Drew. Jacob feeling that. Double underhooks there by Drew. Looking for a future shot. Future shock DDT. So Drew standing tall. I feel like the Drew Jacob brawl is just a rinse and repeat, said Dr. Lucha Lala. But Aaron said Drew Fatu is a good feud. He's got some handcuffs. Drew with some handcuffs. There we go. Look, Drew putting some handcuffs onto Jacob. What's going to do? Like tie him maybe to the ring post? That's what I would expect. Into the ring post goes Jacob. This is a great opportunity to do loser has to spend the night in jail. We did that in a match between the Mountie and the Big Boss Man. Bang, back into the ring post goes Jacob. Now he's getting handcuffed to the ropes, maybe? No, we're using that to punch him. Jacob goes down. And looks like we're going to handcuff him to the ropes. No? Yeah? Okay, Drew. Okay, he is going to wrap it around that ring post. It's sort of, it's very reminiscent of Roman and the dog foods. Ah, big boot coming in. There's actually people laughing because the handcuffs just came off. Handcuff botch! Handcuff botch! I mean, we can't laugh too much because there is blood. And right now, Drew is going right back to reapply them. And you can see the marks on the head there of Jacob. Handcuffs are being reapplied. You're nothing but an animal. How does it feel to be back in chains? Where you belong. Headbutt there by Jacob. Has he come out of him again? These are like the worst handcuffs ever. A second handcuff botch. Another handcuff botch. I don't think these are the handcuffs they use in prisons. I can't imagine they're this useless, to be honest with you. Jacob being thrown in the ring. They're definitely from Ann Summers, said Lexi. Let's go. Let's go. Looking for a Claymore. Claymore connects. Claymore connects. Drew McIntyre is whipping away on Jacob with a belt. And again. He's looking to humiliate him. Radiated Zombie said, I can't believe it, but I might be ready to quit SmackDown and just watch Raw and NXT. And I've not missed an episode in years, said Radiated Zombie. Radiated Zombie, shout out to you, buds. I understand. I understand. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. That was okay. Shame that they kept coming apart, but that was okay. Instead of being unsanctioned, they should have a Punjabi prison match, says Glockness. Brony said the crowd are asleep. What if you only had... Oh, Connor, gone. Miss Dale Jr. said we should watch AEW since TKO are ruining WWE and UFC by raising ticket prices and by being so corporate. It's so bad. I'm sorry, Daze. TKO putting you and all of us in this mess. Well, I mean, look, buds, it's yeah. It's tough. It is tough. I mean, again, I have to keep going back to the fact there is some good stuff going on. Raw is largely positive. NXT, there's stuff going on there we care about. So, you know, that's largely positive. I think, you know, there's things like WWE World that fans can be excited about if they're... I'm actually genuinely excited to see any content out of that because everyone knows that's the show, that's the event that I would most like to go to. I was looking actually, it's $380 or something to go for 5 days. Might be 500. It was close to 400 or 500, right? That gets you in for 5 days. And actually, we should have a look at this, right? We should have a look at this because I think it was Cena fan that said, oh, you should have a look at the meet and greets. And I was like, I'm not really bothered because everyone's going to be there, right? If you're a superstar, you're going to be there. But what's really cool about it is when you look, you can actually see who's going to be wrestling. So here, look, you see El Grande is there on the Saturday and the Sunday. He's going to have a match at WWE World. It says live match. And also, there's photo opportunities. You can buy the ticket now, Saturday and Sunday. Don't know if he's wrestling on both days or if he's just wrestling on one. But you can actually go to wweworlds.com. Actually, if you click on it, maybe by day it tells you. So if you're going on the Thursday, so there we go. Alexa's sold out, but you could have had a photo and an autograph. They've got a free area. You can join a queue and you can just meet whatever superstars are there at the time. So there's free meet and greets, and you can see Alba Fire is going to be part of that. Alex Shelley is going to be part of that. Apollo. All these here are free ones. You can see that Axiom is going to be involved in a match. He's also going to be free photo opportunity. Candice is going to be free autograph, free photo. You've just got to join the queue. Obviously, there might come a point where she's like, I've got to go now. So there's no guarantees that you will meet her, but she will be there for a period of time, right? Same with Berto. So you can just go down. So you can see who's having a match. Danhausen was a paid photo op, and that's all sold out now. You can see, like, there's tickets to see Matt Cardona. You can see Tatum Paxley on Thursday. She's going to be doing free autographs and free photos. So if you're going on the Thursday, you could actually get an autograph and picture with Tatum Paxley for free. Same with Tony. He's going to be doing free autographs and free photos. And Sol Ruka is going to be in a match. Live match. As well as that, we got Ricky. He's going to be in a match as well. So there's actually loads of information about I would go all 5 days, because you could meet different people, get free photos, free autos, and watch wrestling. And obviously they've got a stage where they're going to be doing, you know, presentations and interviews and whatnot. Mattel are there, Funko are there. There's a lot that goes down actually at WWE World. So that's another reason to love WWE. Okay, right now, R-Truth is just letting us know how we can watch on ESPN. There's Danhausen. Here's Damien. Is that Demonito in the backgrounds? Or is it just nothing? There seems to be some lit up. It's reds. I could believe that's Demonito, but I don't. It's probably not. I'm getting demon vibes off it, but it's probably nothing. Truth and Housen, this is the greatest show ever, said James. Okay, BFAB is getting attacked by Rhea. One down, one to go. TKO is looking at dollars in contracts. Raw is Netflix, SmackDown USA, NXT CW. Netflix makes them the most dollars. That's why they don't care about SmackDown. Here's Sami. Here is Sami. 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 Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn's here. I might take up smoking a pipe. Quite fancy it. Something to do in it. My granddad used to smoke a pipe. Sami in the ring. Daze, it's going to be a friendly shout out and a reminder that WrestleMania days, when Pat says that is live TV events till WrestleMania, I called and asked him, because we are college friends, says Christopher. Christopher, thank you. I don't really know what much of that meant, but thank you. Sami's in the ring. Got an hour left to go. Interesting reaction, says Sami. Yeah. Let's talk about it, says Sami. Yeah. Seems like you lot want to see some change. I've given you my heart, my mind, my soul. I've always tried to give you something real. Yeah, I feel sorry for him. I do feel sorry for him. I mean, Sami is a victim of replacing Carmelo. And again, Sami being the, Carmelo put on banger, 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 gets to WrestleMania, is now not on the show. And that seems to be where quite a bit of the heat has come from. Sami says he loves the fans. The worst mistake WWE made was putting the belt back on Cody. SmackDown's product was on the app until they gave him the belt. They should have left it on Drew, said Andrew. What did I actually do, says Sami to the fans. Oh, he doesn't care? Well, don't ask them. What did I do wrong? What did I do? Actually, it don't matter. I don't care. This is for the Ride and Die fans. I'm one of them. Yeah! I'm here, Sami. I'm here. I'm here, Sami. Sami, 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 Sami. Yeah, we got you back, Sami. Let's go. Let's go get that world title. Come on! Mr. Money in the Bank. Mr. King of the Ring. Mr. King of the Money in the Bank ring. Oh, lights have gone out. Here's Trick Willie. Here's Little Yachty. Just comes down, I think, to what's the more attractive option. And, well, I mean, listen, out of Trick and Sami, Trick's the more attractive option. Out of Carmelo and Sami, people want Carmelo. Daze, what's your daily routine? How do you manage your life? Well, it's kind of built around the streams, really. I get up, have something to eat, try to get Unseen done, don't always succeed. Do a member stream, do the breakdown, do the opinions video, and then try and get stuff set up for the future. It's all built around the channel. That's my life. Okay, Sami in the ring then as Trick's making his way down. Trick about to get in. Great reaction for Trick, of course. He is over like Rover. I think the people are tired of hearing Sami Zayn talk, says Trick. We all know the truth. You couldn't stand this sauce or this flavor. A Mellow Trick feud would have been honestly way more interesting. Yeah, I agree. Sami didn't need this belt. I'm a Sami fan, and even I don't know why he got this flipping belt. Sami leaning against the ropes. This is where I disagree. You've been here 6 months. Sami's like, they don't love you. They just got a crush on you. You dress like a 1970s New York pimp. It's no bad thing, is it? Sami tells him to take the glasses off, and Trick does exactly that. You haven't shown me anything. You reckon you're the future? Sami can go in the ring, man. He can bang. Astronauts are getting aboard the ship. Oh, we could have watched that, couldn't we? Splashdown tonight. Rather than Smackdown, we could have watched Splashdown. Guys, I think NASA Splashdown was better than WWE Smackdown. Matt Cardona's coming out. I hate little boats. Little boats. Little boat. Da, 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 little boat. Da, 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 little boat. Da, 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 little boat. Wherein well is the da 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 da. Wherein well is the da 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 da. Okay, Matt Cardona's come to save the day. WrestleMania 43 main event is going to be Pat Jelly. Yes. Dream match, dream match, dream match, dream match. Daze, do we think that we'll find out the man being Pat at Mania? Find out the man being Pat? Who brought... What do you mean? The man being Pat? Do you mean the man like who brought Pat in? I think it's Ari. Do we mean... Is that what we mean? There's 2 more matches after this one, says Pure. Dax said, I really would like to get your autograph. Yeah, a lot of people would, to be honest. A lot of people would. All these fake celebrities, including me. Don't bother. Spend your time focused on the real stars. Trick, Sami, Roman, Becky, Rhea. These are the people that we raise up. These are the people that we want to be tuning in and watching. Trick against Matt is underway right now. Daze, if Becky loses at Mania, she could target the US title. She could. We might need a draft, though, because it's on the other brand. But, God, we need a draft anyway. WWE needs to leave network TV. The ads are god-awful, said First Odin. Glockner said, Sami said pimp. You know what that means? Godfather return! Ba-ba-ba-ba. Daze, what will Triple H do if this is one of the lowest attended Manias? And it's the first one on ESPN. Low attendance for the biggest show. What will he do? Well, I mean, honestly, a lot of it is to do with ticket prices. And a lot of it is to do with the lack of tourism. I mean, Las Vegas saw I think it was like a 7% decrease last year in tourism. And I think it's only got worse this year as well. And obviously Vegas is built on tourism. So, and then on top of that, you've got cost of living, which is really hitting now. I mean, it's something that's been thrown around for a while because people have struggled for a while with cost of living, right? You know, the cost of things is going up a lot quicker than people's wages. And that gap is getting wider and wider and wider and wider. Throw in this Iran situation with, you know, how much gas is and everything at the moment. That ain't helping. So as much as I, you know, can sign up to a let's all beat Triple H with a stick kind of conversation, I do think there is a large amount of the slow ticket sales that's out of his control. I don't feel like it's really fair that he bears the full responsibility. We don't live in a fair world, though. So, you know, it is what it is, isn't it? You know, this is one of those situations where he might have to kind of take a bit of pain on this. There could be some people at TKO asking the question, is this the right guy? You know, is the product exciting enough? You know, or is it those things that we just said? So I don't know. I don't know what happens after WrestleMania. I'm not expecting him to be fired. You have got people online starting to speculate about, are they going to blame Triple H for these slow ticket sales? But as Dave Meltzer keeps saying, this show is still on track to be like one of their, if not their highest grossing shows of all time. They are going to make like nearly as much, if not more money from this WrestleMania than any show they've ever done in history, even with a reduced attendance, because they've managed to charge such high ticket prices. So the idea that WWE is dead or anything when they're literally on the verge of about to announce their highest grossing show is pretty crazy, isn't it? So there is all this noise, but I don't know. It's not as straightforward as I think some would have you believe. I think it's a bit more complex. So, I mean, look, what I can say is I don't think the creative has been good enough for quite a while now. I think that's certainly playing a part. But I think there's a lot of other stuff, a lot of other reasons. Matt Cardona with a clothesline, Trick Williams going down. But I don't know. I don't know what the fallout of all of this is going to be. Let's go down. Mohammed said, Daze, they've got time for shiz like Kit Wilson, but where's Julia? Is she just in a hotel room? She must lose if this is how we take him. Julia doesn't deserve such title reigns. I don't know where Julia is. We've still got 45 minutes. So I don't know if we get like a video package or something. Okay, right now, Matt Cardona on the edge of the ring, trying to get back into the ring. Daze, if you only had one match to choose, Brock Ober will probably be better than Drew Jacob. Yeah, that would be the match I'd want to see. I think it's the match I'm most excited for is Ober Brock. They'll be happy promoting that stat with a half-empty stadium. We don't care because we made a shiz of money. Yeah. Yep. I mean, they would like it to be full as well. I think optics are still important. I mean, hence why, you know, we're going to do a big 25% off this weekend. Please buy tickets, yeah? Yeah. Well, I don't even know if 25% off. I don't know what that does to ticket prices. I mean, it certainly makes it a lot more affordable. But is it, I don't know, anyone that wants to go, have they already sort of made their mind up like a week before? Are you about to go for it and book hotels and flights? And I'd imagine by now you've probably made your mind up, but maybe not. I think last year we did see an uplift as we got closer to the show. Perhaps people do leave it quite late. Right now, we're at another commercial break. Trick is keeping Matt grounded. He's got a headlock. Don't forget, we do have more wrestling tomorrow, and it's going to be good as well. Intercontinental Championship being defended on AAA. So we're going to have that. I am going to aim to get you the predictions video for WrestleMania as well. That's my goal, to get that done and get AAA done. And then we'll be back on Sunday with WrestleMania 8. Macho Man against Ric Flair. Bret Hart against Rowdy Roddy Piper. Undertaker versus Jake the Snake. Hogan against Sid's. So all of that going down on Sunday. Still at commercial break. Word Live Cena fan said TKO is purposefully decimating WWE. They want to make their money and run. Sonny said, Daze, I'm glad I helped with creating that Discord. It's a huge success. Oh, Sonny, I mean, you're driving that. You haven't helped. You're the main part of it. You're the driver of that bus. So you've done much more than just help, buds. I just hope, I'm really pleased to hear that it's working, and I hope you're having a lot of fun kind of being over there as well. Trick going for the cover on Matt as Matt kicks out. Headlock being applied and Matt being kept grounded. Robbie said they've done so many sales already, which has resulted in little to no extra movement. It's also gross to tout how much money you've made when those tickets are so high. I agree with that. Matt said, imagine telling someone that they managed to make a worse Cody story than the past year. Brock Lesnar was part of the most hype. Yeah, that's it. That's a really good point, Matt. That's a really good point. Imagine telling people that in 2026 we would be really appalled by a Cody Randy story, and that we would be really hyped for Ober Brock. Isn't life strange? I'm completely in agreement with you. How crazy that is. Matt Cardona being kept grounded. Matt, shout out to you. Kiwi Rob said they're basically saying Trick needs a hype man for Mania, and the same with Randy. Okay, Trick is down. Matt is down. Will we go to the Summer Tour in Birmingham? Said who's that? Saints J. To be honest with you, the only thing that I would want to go and see at the moment is AJ Lee. I keep saying that. I've been fortunate enough to see quite a few of the superstars at different points in the past. I've never seen AJ Lee. I was lucky enough to see Trick Williams at a NXT live event I went to when I went to America last time, 2024. I went to America, went to an NXT show, saw Tatum, Lyra, Kendall Gray, Trick Williams. Main event was Trick versus Sean Spears. So, I mean, I really love Trick, and I've been fortunate enough to see him. I've got a picture with him as well. But in regards to AJ, I've never seen AJ Lee, so that'd be great to go get one of those signed pictures. You know, I'm guessing hopefully she'd do one. Get one of those. See her compete, whatever. So I don't know if she'd be on that show. The other problem I've got as well, of course, is I do stuff pretty much every day, so I wouldn't want to miss Raw. I wouldn't want to miss SmackDown. It would need to be like a house show. And then she tends to be on the Raw brand, doesn't she? So, you know, I'd want to be seeing that. So, I don't have any plans to go. Certainly not to Raw or SmackDown, because I want to be streaming those. I like to do the watch-alongs for them. But if it was, say, a Thursday or a Sunday, and it was AJ Lee was going to be there, then yeah, I could be tempted. Trick charges over, collides into the corner. Actually, thinking about it, I don't think I've ever seen CM Punk either. I don't think I have. Trick on the outside, looking for a clothesline. I did go to a Raw. I went to a few Raw. I went to a Raw in 2008. I'd have to look into it. Trick pushes Sami. Trick gets back out the ring. Matt should have stayed in NXT, says Billy. You know the halftime score song? I sent it to you with the whole lyrics. Oh, okay. Thank you. I can't remember it, honestly. Sami just having a word with Trick. Sami is jumping up, having a few words there with Trick. Little Yachty gets involved. This is what we heard. He wants to get involved in a match. He gets hoovered. Trick's distracted. Could this be an opening for Matt? Matt with a roll-up. 1, 2. Kick out there by Trick. Trick against the ropes. Trick shot. Even with that distraction, Matt loses. Not great if you're a Matt fan. Not great if you're a Matt fan. Let's get match scores, shall we? Trick versus Matt Cardona. Okay, what we got now? We're looking at Raw. And they were just talking about Brock Ober. What that Trick says, Connor. So we just got a video package looking back at Raw. We got 37 minutes to go. 37 minutes to go. How dare he take down the boat, said Porky Pig. The chaos. All right, they're just showing some footage from the crowds. Let them fight was being chanted. Connor said Roman is on Raw. Can't wait. Well, it's all go home stuff, isn't it? That's coming up. We're going to be going home next week. We got moving graphics for Brock and Ober. That coming up Sunday, April 19th. It's going to be the opening match, I heard. It's going to open up night 2. Okay, here's Danhausen. Danhausen making his way down. I don't think this is going to be very long. From 1311 Mockingbird Lane. This is a farce, says Wade. Danhausen here to save the day. Danhausen, Kit Wilson. We know how much WWE is lacking creativity, which leads to the downfall for now. But do we think that wrestling fans also get mature and that leads to bad being bad, good being good? Wrestling fans also get mature. That leads to bad being bad, good being good. Don't know quite what we mean about that. I mean, what I would say is when you're a kid, you do sort of love everything. You just consume what you're given and, you know, you just love it all because it's all new. As you watch more, you start to compare because obviously you know what you've had that you've enjoyed and you know what you've not enjoyed. And so your personal taste develops as you watch more wrestling because you know what you like and what you don't like. When you're a kid, you don't know what you like and what you don't like. You just watch it all. And if something, you know, doesn't matter, on to the next thing, isn't it? I think, you know, if you're a youngster right now, you're probably not going to be that bothered by, like, the Pat segment, whatever. You're going to be able to just watch it and go, oh, I don't like him. And that's it, you know, on you go. I suppose as you get older, you start to worry a little bit more about where's this going? Is this going to be like something we get on a regular basis? Are we going to be building towards SummerSlam and TKO are going to shove celebrities in? Kids aren't going to be thinking about that. But as adults, you know, we read what gets said, slow ticket sales, Ari felt like he needed to step in. You know, what's going to stop this from happening at Money in the Bank? What's going to stop this from happening at SummerSlam? What's going to stop this from happening at Survivor Series, Rumble, next year's Mania? Like, because there's so many shows, like, if this just gets accepted, it could become the norm. It could become what we do. We're struggling. Let's shove a celebrity in. And so, you know, kids don't worry about those things. They don't think about that. They just they're living in the here and the now, which honestly might not be a bad thing. Might not be a bad thing to just live in the here and the now. So if I've kind of understood your question, then that would be kind of how I would respond. Okay, Trick versus Mats. Let's have a look, see where we are with, okay, came out as goods, 89. Good 89 for that. Great, 11, 6 all time. Okay. Let's see what Danhausen and Kit can cook up. Boom. 1311 Mockingbird Lane is a reference to the 60s TV show The Monsters. 6'7", 300 pounds, 130 years old. He invented the GTS. He's also known for the groin punch, said Robbie. Robbie, thank you. Trick Williams, Matt Cardona match just went on a bit too long, says Mark. I would not doubt that. Mohammed said, yes, I am saying that mostly the majority of people following are like 18 to 45. There is a breakdown of like the demos. I don't know what I don't actually know where the majority are. Big Time Baxter might know. I think he likes to look at those kinds of numbers whenever they show themselves. I don't know. I don't know what the majority are. Obviously, I don't think those numbers even exist globally, but they've probably got some numbers for the USA Network have access to. We're just seeing a WrestleMania Rewind. WrestleMania Rewind. Randy, Cena, Triple H. Have we been doing this, have we? I don't know. I'm not down on this. Okay. Snickers satisfies. Well, that was very satisfying. Thank you, Snickers. Okay. Here's Kit Wilson. I've only ever seen 3 Danhausen matches. One against Gigi Dolan, one against Simon Miller of What Culture, and one against Hookhausen team. Here's the Miz. Miz coming out with Kit. Got half an hour to go. I don't know, but I don't know if I've got anything. Ping me an email. Goated theme, said Robbie. Who would have thought that an ad would be the best part of the show so far, says Brian. I think the best part have been the vignettes. I'm not being moody, but genuinely, I think the two things I enjoyed the most was probably Royce Keys' vignette and the Drew vignette. The beatdown by Drew was okay. It was just a bit of a shame that those handcuffs kept coming undone, but I mean, it wasn't a big drama. Here we go then. Danhausen against Kit Wilson. These two face to face, middle of the ring, and Kit Wilson shoves Danhausen. Duck underneath. Danhausen. Drop kick there by Danhausen. Okay, we're getting properly into it. Nice suplex. Is that Northern Lights? Yeah, Northern Lights suplex as Danhausen takes the early advantage. Kit Wilson over getting a bit of advice from The Miz. Kick to the midsection. Forearms coming in there by Kit. Danhausen goes down to one knee. He's working on the arm. Wilson over against the middle of the ring. Over the other side to the outside. Danhausen puts his arm around the Miz. Miz thinks it's Kit. Ooh. Kit Wilson absolutely just clobbered Danhausen. Absolutely clobbered him. Woof. Back in the ring. Kit Wilson collides into Danhausen. Kit Wilson again in the corner. Pratik, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate it. To kick out there by Danhausen. I know Daze that hate Pat. I wasn't as hard on it. I chuckled. Angry Daze is sexy, says William. For most of his career, Danhausen has moved between the indie companies quite regular, said Shining Wizards. Wanting to make sure his gimmick never outstays its welcome. Jesse said, I'm sure the women's main event match will be good. Okay, Kit Wilson goes to the outside. Danhausen is down. Kit Wilson. Danhausen sits up. You are cursed. Whoa! Okay. Wow, that feels actually like it's quite dangerous. Pyro going off in the corner. Fireworks going off. Was that a poke in the eye? Miz goes down. You are cursed. Boot to the side of the head. Kit Wilson down. 2, 3. Danhausen wins. Danhausen tastes sweet victory. There's a guy in the background loving it, dancing away. Miz, though, looks like he's going to hit a skull crushing. Danhausen, lights go out. And there he goes, he's surely running away. There he is. He manages to avoid the Miz. There we go, Danhausen celebrates. Okay, there's Jade's. Okay, Michin's been attacked. Rhea. It was Rhea. Jade said, I got you. Me chin down. He cursed the same person. He did. He did. That was match of the night, said David. Match of the night. Do we think there's a third person involved with Randy and Pat's? Well, Ari. I mean, we haven't teased anyone else coming in. I mean, they teased a big surprise for this, which might have got some people tuning in. And then, of course, the big surprise turns out to be that they're reducing tickets for WrestleMania for the weekends. I mean, there's just nothing being teased of another person coming in. And we've also got, obviously, word as to where this is going after, which is heading towards Backlash. And that looks like it's going to be Jelly Roll and Cody against Pat and Randy. So, you know, what we've got right now feels like what we're going to be watching for the next month. Or when is Backlash, actually? When is Backlash? Let's have a look. Dub Backlash. WWE Backlash. Which is a very apt name. Goes down May 9th. May 9th. Maybe we'll be free of it after that. Probably not. Probably not. Danhausen curses Kit Wilson and wins. He's a winner. Chicken dinner. Right. Do a fan poll of what olds you are. It's not going to help, though, is it? Because that's only going to be our community. Like, that's not going to really give us an idea as to the people that are out there. That data, I think, is out there, and it'll be more accurate to get it from WrestleNomics, get it from the TV ratings company. I think that is... it's something that we can get some sort of insight into, because the demo breakdown is something they actually do gather as data. Stone said, do we remember a time when stories ended at Mania, when Mania was not used to just set up matches for Backlash? Do a poll for that match. We do need a poll for the match. What did you think about Danhausen? It's what everyone's been waiting for. It's what everyone has been waiting for. Danhausen in Actionhausen. Danhausen. I'll be doing Tyson... No, but not doing that. All the streams we're doing for the weekend's set up. Okay, we're back from commercial break. We've got Jade's EO coming up. We've only got 20 minutes. 20 minutes. They're treating Kit like a rookie. He should have beaten Danhausen because of the experience, said Mad Jason. Rocksteady said, is anyone sitting there thinking this wrestling show has been good? I watched the spaceship coming back instead. Was that good? I mean, I'm guessing it all went okay. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure I would have heard about it. Armistice crew feeling great after completing Moon Mission. Okay. As was announced earlier today, ticket sales, ticket prices down to try and help those sales. Final Boom said it was fantastic. Yeah, I will watch it. Obviously, the clips will be everywhere of that, so I will watch that. Okay, they're just running down the match cards. The Andre Battle Royal next week. Let's go. MFT's Wyatt 6 in a street fight. Let's go. I had the Spacecast return on my side TV, said Daron. I wonder if that is going to have hurt sales at all. Sales, views. Okay, they're just running down the WrestleMania cards. What time is the Hall of Fame? Well, I believe it's immediately after SmackDown. Daze, why is this show so good? Are you enjoying it? Pat being at that Backlash means Randy's winning, says Tyler. David said they should put that Andre Battle Royal back at WrestleMania. RWB said wrestling the night before WrestleMania is so depressing. Flame Fist said, I was expecting some closure to my confusion with tonight's SmackDown, and I'm still confused, even more so. David said, Danhausen wins the Battle Royal. Wrestling. Okay, we read that one. Okay. The Bellas aren't taken out of the tag match on Monday. Would that mean that we get Io Asuka? Well, I can't answer that. I can. You know as much as I know. Okay, they're just running down the Sunday card at the moment. If you're not watching and you're wondering what's happening, they're just running through the WrestleMania cards. That ladder match is going to be really good. I'm looking forward to that. The ladder match will be a lot of fun. What if TKO sells WWE to Janelle Grant? She won't have enough money, but it's going to be about 10 billion. Are they taping the SmackDown before WrestleMania? Don't believe so. Not heard that they're doing that. Wasn't Phoenix supposed to be in that ladder match? Phoenix in that ladder match. Don't think he was in that ladder match, was he? I've actually got the odds. No. Javon, Penta, Dragon Lee, Rusev, JD McDonough, and Rey Mysterio. Javon's actually odds-on favourite to win the ladder match. What's your current favourite WrestleMania stage? 39 was good. I think 37 was special with the pirate ship. That doesn't get enough love. That was amazing. I think a lot of people would probably say 33 gets a lot of love. I think a lot of the recent ones, actually, over the last 10 years, been very good. Okay, Rhea said, I couldn't just stand by and let this be. I've took out the other two for you. Okay. Rhea cheering on Io as Io makes her way to the ring. Let's get rid of this poll, shall we? The chat is frozen again. Oh, has it? I wonder why it does that. It's an exciting development. It's not normally been doing that. Easy to fix. Yeah, okay, Io is about to make her way down. Okay, we've got 14 minutes left of the show. Daze with TKO, get it if we all streamed a Walking Dead watch along instead. I think they probably would. Okay, we got The Miz. What's this? Oh, Snickers. Employee of the month. Snickers. Asuka's going to attack Io in this match, says McGreep. Crowd are hyped. Stop lying, says Brony. They are showing Liv having abs in the graphic. Does she really have those? Is this AI? She has a bare belly. Oh, I don't know. I can't say I was studying that graphic that intensely. Perhaps she does have abs. How to fix SmackDown this week from last week. Give Io the main event. Okay. Danhausen, Kit Wilson, good 93. Bailey asked Alexa was good 92. Royce Keys, good 89. The Pat segment was bad 65. Jacob Tammer was good 91. Trick against Matt Cardona, good 89. Danhausen Kit Wilson is actually the highest rated match of the night so far, and that is good 93. I would have to imagine that this main event is going to be the highest rated match of this show. I would have to imagine that that's the case. This show is doing what's needed. They are keeping the Mania talent busy, doing promos without getting hurt, and they're giving us some other people who aren't performing at the big events, said Shining Wizards. Days, did they just forget about El Grande against OG Americano and also Natty Maxine? Well, I think Natty Maxine might have just run its course. I'm not sure that there's anyone really desperate for that to be continuing. And word on the street is Americano. Americano is going to be more AAA focus. So I think you might want to tune into AAA to kind of see that continue. Okay, 12 minutes. Not giving this match loads of time. 12 minutes. Is this match between Io and Jade for the championship? I don't think so. Do we think WWE should hire me and make me team up with Danhausen? We could be called the 2010hausen. Well, I think we should just try anything at this stage. I don't think any ideas are off the table at this point. Have we seen Julia? Has Julia appeared at all? I mean, I wondered if Carmelo was going to be added to Mania. It doesn't look like he is. No Julia. And a Pat segment that you lot have rated even worse than last week. This final match has got some heavy lifting. This needs to be a big 10 minutes. Io in the ring. I've got a question. If a show I'm watching is bad or good, should I react the way that I want to and give my honest thoughts? Or should I pretend a show is good to please people in the chats? No, be honest. I don't think we've never asked for anyone to not be honest. In fact, being honest is what we've asked for. Be honest. The only consideration I take into account is no one wants to listen to me just moan. So I have not enjoyed this show. That will be reflected in the breakdown. But, you know, I've really made an effort to not sit here and just moan and complain. I think there'll be plenty of other channels that are going to be doing that once this show has ended. certainly judging by these community scores, I can't really see where people are going to make an argument this was like a great episode. Okay, Jade's coming down. Let him in, said no one thinks this show is great. Well, someone might. Ari Emanuel might. Ari Emanuel might be watching this going, oh my God, it's brilliant. I'm such a genius. Come on, EO. Whatever you've got, we need it. Whatever magic you can conjure up. Please, please, please. We need an all-time EO match. Bell is sounded. We're underway. EO against the ropes. Drop kick. Jades. Against the rope. Shot coming in by EO. 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 Goes in the corner. Jade charges him. Open palm shot there by EO. EO against the ropes. Jade with a shoulder tackle. EO goes down. Daze. Do what you want. Real opinion, even if it's moaning. Well, Eric, thank you, but I don't want to. I don't even want to. Like, I think there's times and places for that. And one thing I'm not going to do is sit here and lie to you. But equally, do you need to hear me keep going on there? I'll just save it for the breakdown. EO. Oh, she got thrown in the air. Drop kick. As Jade goes to the outsides. EO going over against the ropes. Gets caught. EO tries to go through the ropes. She gets caught. Edge of the ring there by EO. On the shoulders. She gets slammed down onto the edge of the ring. Are we going to commercial? Oh, I think we're going to commercial break. I forgot, man. Commercial break. At least we're going to stay with the action, though, as EO gets thrown into the barricades. Daze, I feel sorry for Carmelo because he's set to miss Mania. I think they said, though, that he might have like a niggle or something. So I wonder if that was true. I wonder if he has got a bit of a niggle. Perhaps they would add him if he was 100%, and perhaps he's just not 100%. Forearm shot coming in there by EO. Driving Jade back against the ropes. EO going over the other sides. Back elbow there by Jade. Kick out by EO. I wish we had proper commercials on Netflix sometimes, especially Jade matches, said Radiated Zombie. Matt Jason said they treated Kit like a rookie. He should have beaten Danhausen because of the experience he has. Kick coming in there by Jade. EO goes down in the corner. We've got a boot in the throat of EO. EO down. Jade slowing this down. Suplex. Jade needs to go. She thinks she's good. She sucks. I'm sorry, not to be mean, but she's rude. And she treats everyone like shiz, says Rachel. Big Time said, Daze, I'm left confused, disappointed and annoyed that Triple H is just moving forward with leaving Carmelo off. Even if he is injured, they wouldn't fly him out to San Jose where he lives in Florida. Maybe that's right. Maybe that's true. That seemed to be what they were suggesting. I would also not leave him off. Perhaps they're thinking, like at WrestleMania, they're going to do the double turn and Carmelo is just not needed for that moment. Perhaps it's that. But I still think there's a way you can do it with him involved in the match. Can't he be involved in the triple threat and then when it's time for the finish, he's on the outside and just do what you want to do? Crossbody there by EO, and Jade drives EO down. EO down, Jade down. Crowd is asleep. They've packed it in, said Jojo. There's a few EO chants. EO, EO, EO. What a main event. Okay, EO, back up. Back elbow there by EO. Open bomb shot. Drop kick to the knee. EO goes over into the corner. To the outsides. EO climbing up. Drop kick there by EO. Kip up by EO. Flips over. We're doing the emote. That gets a bit of a reaction. EO trying to get the fans fired up. Come on, come on. They're responding. People love EO. I love EO. EO, 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 EO. Don't have to work too hard to get me invested in an EO match. She's got to be one of the best in-ring performers we've got. Jade coming over, hitting EO in the back. Trying to grab EO and slam her down. Jade showing off that power. Oh, EO reverses. Got a sleeper. Down goes Jade. She goes down to one knee. Back in the corner. Over goes EO. Jade misses with a big boot. EO rolls her up. 1, 2. Kick out by Jades. Kick coming in. Jades picks up EO. Drives her down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Let's go EO chants. EO did the thing, says Cleveland Brown. Jade gave EO a little kiss. Looking to pick her up. EO into a stomp. Okay, are we going to get her over the moonsault? EO. Jay goes to the outsides. Radiate Zombie said, instead of SmackDown, we should just have a Kendall Gray show. If I had to choose between the two. I'd definitely be watching that Kendall Gray show. What an amazing talent she is. Jade's in the ring. EO on the outsides. Jade on the outsides. Yeah, we have kind of reached our time. They're treating us to some extra SmackDown. We're going on. It's going to be a 4-hour show. EO back in the ring. Jade getting back in. Let's get the poll ready. We're going into an overrun. We're going into an overrun. Let's go. Jade Cargill picks up EO. Jaded goes for the cover. 1, 2, 3. Jade beats EO. Jade beats EO. Relentless power. She shoves that lady out the way. Here's Rhea trying to come down and make a save. That ending felt a bit rushed, said Big Migs. Here's Rhea. EO down. Rhea. Rhea has come to save EO. There's a sign in the crowd that said, "I'm here for the storm." Yay for the overrun, said let him in. There we go. We got I'll see you at WrestleMania. The show comes to an end. We're back, boys. We're back. Yes. A lot of people were worried following last week that we were not going to find a way out of the funk. But we did it. We did it. We found a way forward. We found a way out. We decided that 0.8 was too high of a score. And we're like, we're going to get out of this. We're going to get even lower. We're going to go down. I feel like someone backstage went, are we sure this is rock bottom, or should we double check first before we start climbing? Should we just make sure we've definitely hit the bottom? I think we can confirm we have definitely reached the bottom. And one day we will start firing back up. Jade Cargill beats EO in the main events. Take that, IWC. Do you know, they must... TKO, I feel like their great enemy is the IWC. That's how it feels, isn't it? We've really upset them. We have really... This is on us. Big Mig said, I wasn't here for SmackDown, but I was just here for Daze and the fam. Big Mig, shout out to you, buds. Yes. I feel like we have upset some people at TKO, and I feel like we are to blame. Because this felt like an episode where we did just check if we had reached the bottom. Couple of nice things, though. I mean, I don't want to bury everything. I don't think that this was like a complete waste. I do like both of those vignettes. Yeah, I don't know. I did like both of those vignettes. Let's get your scores and see what you lot think. What would you mark the show? What do you think? What do you think? Let's do an overall episode poll. Yes. One thing we've learned is that WWE clearly don't care about those bad ratings, because last week they got, you know, a really bad rating. And I can't say that they've done anything here that feels to me like they've gone in a different direction to try and improve it. I mean, if this is the show they've delivered after some rewrites, what was the original show? Apparently, I have heard word that they were going to close with the Pat Cody stuff. So I think the rewrite was to have Jade beat Io to send everyone home happy. Yeah. There's just no words, really. Not that I can find. You tell me. I feel like the whole Pat story is he wants a way to fully leave and TKO need to sell more tickets. So this is how we get to the 25% off, said Wrestling fan. The show was as bad as the one Raw on August 26th when Keith Lee debuted wearing a skirt, says Mark Clark. How your Fett says 6. Brandon with a 4. Black Onyx with a 4.5. DM said it was a bit... Mohammed said it's a 1.5. I scored it pretending the Pat segment didn't happen, said Davids. Maybe Pat wins the Rumble next week. The Andre Battle Royal next week. Give me some good things. What do we think was goods? I like the vignettes. I mean, you lot told me that the Danhausen Kit Wilson match was good 93. I mean, it's acceptable. Danhausen match was the only good thing. What would we rate this show? Well, I'm gonna have to give that some thought. Honestly, I'm gonna have to give it some thought. I think genuinely the segment this week is with Pat is as bad as last week. I can't tell you it was any better. I think it was as bad. In fact, you could even make an argument it's a little bit worse because they had a whole week to think of something better and they have chosen to double down. They've had a whole week to fix it or think about how can we improve it, and they have doubled down. This is them going full steam ahead with Pat as a heel and him staying in the story, Jelly Roll still being involved, and there has been no major movement, has there, in that regard. So, yeah, it feels like a doubling down. Doesn't feel like a pivot. Pat teased a massive surprise, big announcement, and that turned out to be tickets for WrestleMania, which I was never going to go to, and I doubt many of you were going to go to anyway. So, you know, if that was the big surprise, you know, why people were tuning in. And it's tickets being reduced by 25%. Don't know. I mean, like, does that do anything for you? Because it don't do nothing for me. So that segment feels as bad, and you could make an argument it's worse than last week. Royce Keys, I think, is a positive. His match, you lot said, though, was good 89. I can't say the match massively grabbed you, but I do like his vignette. And I did like that Drew vignette. The Drew beatdown was okay. I think there are things that you can say stop this from being a 0. I do believe that. I mean, I thought the 0.8 last week by Cage match was harsh because I gave last week's show a 2. But I don't know. If I've got to sit here and really rack my brain as to, right, how am I giving this thing points? Where am I? What was good? You know, and I'm kind of hitting a bit of a blank on it. That's not great. What I collected, says Doc, is Royce Keys is basically Ryback. Danhausen is the true ring technician. My nightmare came true, says Doc Holliday. Doc, shout out to you, buds. Keep getting your... I really want your scores, though. Tell me, what was your score for this episode? Get your scores in. Henry said, do we think Vince will induct Stephanie? I don't think so. Not with the amount of heat that's on him. I'll be really shocked if that's what happens. I'll be really shocked if that's what's happening. Oh, yeah, no Wyatt 6. Joe Gacy has just tweeted out ... Wasn't the worst, but it was still bad, says Jojo. Next year's Mania will be Pat against Speed in a Logan Paul custody match, said Adam. Rare Breed says 3. Let Him In says 4. Flame Fist said Triple H will induct his wife. Yeah, that makes more sense. Sonny said, Daze, when you're not busy, will you get into the Discord again? Yeah, I'm busy this weekend. I've got AAA and predictions to do tomorrow. We're obviously doing WrestleMania on Sunday. Need to get the WrestleMania streams and everything set up. Then, of course, next weekend we got WrestleMania. So let's get past WrestleMania first. Big Time said it feels a bit like Ruthless Depression era. We're just lost with SmackDown. Chio said with no Chelsea it was a 5. Flame Fist says a 3. Christine says 4.5. Jojo says 1.5. Spawny Boy says 4.5. Pat saying that if Cody wins, he's leaving. Spoils Randy winning as Pat is planned for Backlash, said Adam. I would agree with you, but I just don't believe he's telling the truth anyway. So I don't worry about it. I mean, if Randy loses, do you think Pat will just honour that words? As a heel, I can see him just coming out going, I can't leave. This place needs me. Or something like that. Plus, also, that was something he'd already commented about online. He'd already said that. That was not a new revelation. Him saying that he'll go if Randy loses. So I don't even trust that that's true, to be honest. But as you've said, you know, we know that the plan is for him to compete at Backlash. So yeah, maybe it does spoil it, but. Maybe not. Commander Console said it's a 4. It was great to see Keys in action. Danhausen a highlight. Packed segment was too long and wordy. Maybe that's going to be the way out. But I could see him saying that he lied. That they need him. Randy is winning anyway, in my opinion, said Adam. I think it's a bit obvious at this point. Jade EO fell off without a celebrity, said M-Train Love. Could we get Martha Stewart? Yes, let's go. I said last week this is rock bottom, but this week we might have broken the bedrock. Sami stole Chad's moment at Mania and now he's doing it again to Carmelo. It's history repeating, said Mad Jason. Michael said, good Lord, Triple H is going to induct his wife. So we're going to get a speech from him, and that'll be longer than the Hall of Fame itself. Yeah, it was long last year, wasn't it? Oh, you think I can talk? Blimey hell. I'm nothing compared to Triple H. Ultimate Superfan of Alexa Bliss said, I'm just happy my girl won. Do you know what? Sometimes in life, it's just the small things in it. That'll do. Alexa won, and I'm pleased with that. Which celebrity would you walk out with? What celebrity would I walk out with? It's a good question. I don't know, man. I'm thinking P. Diddy. Well, the reason why I'm thinking that is because that could just get this whole thing shut down. You know, if that is where we're going, if that's what the future of WWE is going to look like, perhaps someone needs to get this thing shut down. And maybe that would be a good way of just doing it, you know? I could help us all by just shutting this thing down, by having P. Diddy involved. And the other thing as well is when you're a wrestler, you like to oil up, don't you? A lot of people come out and they're all very shiny. He's got, you know, access to that. I'm never going to run out of baby oil. So, you know, I'll have plenty of that. So, yeah, not only would that, and I would demand it as well. I'd be like, I'm not wrestling unless P. Diddy's going to walk me down to the ring, right? So that would put TKO in a very, very difficult position. To be honest, though, I think it would drive ratings. I I think people would tune in, wouldn't they? Because they'd want to see if it was actually going to happen. So, yeah, maybe something along those lines. Ari is bailing him out right now. So can we put a sticker on X for us to give watch along and WrestleMania feud questions? A sticker on X? What do you mean? A sticky? I don't even know what that means. That would get it shut down for sure, says Let Him In. Yeah, always thinking. Other possible people to induct Stephanie could be Linda, Trish, or Lita. Right, okay. I think we are pretty much done. Keep getting your thoughts in. We've only had 253. It'd be good to get a few more votes. Obviously, we need to go. We need to do the breakdown. I can't believe these are the shows that we're getting before WrestleMania season. They are getting worse and worse. It's a huge step down from last year. What about Shane McMahon, said Flame Fists. What, inducting Steph? Well, it is an option. I mean, if that's who she wants, then yeah, it's an option. Daze, why don't we do any more toy hunts? Yeah, I do need to do one. I think my last one was like Christmas 2024. I didn't get a chance to do one last year. I just do so much streaming now. Like, this is the priority. So, yeah, I do need to do them because people do enjoy them. I think there's a lot of other channels providing that kind of content now, though. So, Daze, if this is consistently bad, how are we going to survive the rest of the year? Because we are in a really bad slump creatively. Well, we're going to survive because of Danhausen and because of memories. We're going to survive because of memories. We'll just start talking about the good times. And that will get us through. Right, here we go then. Let's get scores. Scores on the doors. Well, good news. It came out as good. 63. Good 63. Nice. Did we score the show last week? Did the show just get a bad... I sense my spidey senses are tingling, and they're telling me that the majority of people don't think this was as bad as last week. I personally don't have confidence in saying that, but I'm sensing that a lot of you are saying it's not as bad. Good 93 is what you've just scored this. I had it earlier as well. Where is last week's score? Because I think we did score here. Did we? No, we might not have actually. I thought I scored the show last week. Well, the matches have scored a touch higher than last week. The highest score we had last week for a match was Alexa and Charlotte versus Bailey Lyra. That got good 91. Highest score we got tonight was Danhausen against Kit Wilson. Danhausen, Kit Wilson was your match of the night. Our main event got good 78. And reminder, the segment, Pat segment this week scored lower than the Pat segment last week. Okay. Well, all I'm going to say is thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate it. You are the hardcore of the hardcore. You are the people that are the true sickos. Just like me, you can't bring yourself to turn away, right? And And unfortunately, I don't feel like we can say that we were rewarded with that loyalty. So the only good thing is that next week is go home week. And we are so close to WrestleMania. We are obviously locked into some stories. We can't do much right now. Get to WrestleMania. Hopefully have a banger of a show. The down, of course, is that it seems like we're heading towards that tag match at Backlash, but, you know, there's not much we can do about that. We are where we are, and, yeah, this is it. This is WWE in 2026. I don't have any other words. There's really not much I can say. In the words of Radiohead, you do it to yourself. That's what I would say to Triple H right now. I'd say you do it to yourself. Yeah. That's what Radiohead taught me. Yeah. And lots of other things that I don't understand because they're a weird band. But they're also a very good band. I'm going to go and do the breakdown and probably have a little cry. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.